I keep it going, I'm rolling and flowing, I'm coasting, I got them all trolling me right. I just keep growing and showing them, knowing I'm owning this flow, you can catch me outside. Gonna get them all with a little payback. Never gonna fall, I'ma stay on the attack. Put them up against the wall as I finish every track. Never gonna stall, no, I'm never gonna slack. I've been like working and learning and searching for something to push my shit over the edge. I'ma keep burning and turning the profit, you know I can't stop it until I am dead. Gonna be unstoppable and profitable, cause I got a constant flow of knowledge, yo. If you got a problem, bro, take them off the throw. Coming to the top, I go, yeah, promise, slow.
Roll up to the club and the city show me love. She gon' fit me like a glove. Sipping whiskey, feeling buzzed. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. Yeah. Roll up to the club and the city show me love. She gon' fit me like a glove. Sipping whiskey, feeling buzzed. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. I'ma put that ass to sleep. Yeah.
You can't stop this, I promise. Got electronic with a little rock shit. Rap on top of it, you can't even process it. I'ma keep dropping it till the charts stopping it. Oh, I got the beats and I got the rhymes to make your girl cheat. I swear she a dime, get up on your feet. If you wanna climb and take it from me, I got nothing to hide. I get it, cause I want it. Always on it, and I'm plotting. Now I got it, got my shot in. You know I'ma be the one climb to the top of it. I'm dropping this, take a shot, I got the fifth. I'm watching it, crop top got me in. She got it shit, she wanna pop it off again. Drop it low and then she can take it off and sin, yeah.
Roll up to the club and the city show me love. She gon' fit me like a glove. Sipping whiskey, feeling buzzed. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. Yeah. Roll up to the club and the city show me love. She gon' fit me like a glove. Sipping whiskey, feeling buzzed. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. I'ma put that ass to sleep. Yeah.
I gotta do it for the fans, yeah. I wanna do it for the fans, bruh. I got really big plans, yeah. I'ma do it cause I can, yeah. I throw cash for a minute, oh. She throw back for a minute, yeah. I flow fast when I get it, oh. She love that when I hit it, yeah. I'ma get high, I'ma get low. I'ma go fly to my own show. I don't say bye, I say hello. Get to know me, yeah, they call me B-Ho. Gonna be the best in the game, rest in the fame. Nest in your brain and I spread like the plague. I don't give, no I take. Live for today, ain't nobody gonna say I can make a name.
Roll up to the club and the city show me love. She gon' fit me like a glove. Sipping whiskey, feeling buzzed. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. Yeah. Roll up to the club and the city show me love. She gon' fit me like a glove. Sipping whiskey, feeling buzzed. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Rest in peace. I'ma put that ass to sleep. Yeah.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing mic check. This is Grinds My Gears, Jet 7780. It's Monday night. Welcome, Grinders. The Grindhouse is open for your pleasure. What's up, everybody? How you doing? It has been wild. You know, last week was wild. This is wild. It got worse over the weekend. Man, right after I did the show on Friday, it went wild. And we're going to talk about it. And I got an awesome guest tonight. I also shout out J-Dub is going to be swinging by. We're not messing tonight. We are not messing. Shout out to all the grinders in here. Nick, Dave Rock, Mr. Tennis, Goes to New Orleans. How you doing, Minneolas? Dylan, how you doing? How's everybody doing out there? Hit that like button, share it out, get the grinders in here, put out the sirens, hit the sirens. Where is it? There they are, delayed. They're delayed. Silent Hill's in development. Silent Hill. But first, I want to shout out to the VIP grinders. I told you, it's time to wait. And everybody likes to wait nowadays. That's the positivity in the internet space, is about waiting. So we have some flames here. I had to add new VIP grinders because you guys joined. You guys went crazy. I don't have enough room. I had to start adding stuff. So I'm gonna have to make this again. I said I'm revising the lounge. The lounge is blowing up. But I want to thank the new members of Kevin Green, C Fresh, and Shaq Fu. And for you guys, we got a brand new emoji. The 3 C's behind the Xbox ambassadors. We'll be talking about those. And if you've been here before, you know what those 3 C's are. I might even add a 4th C to this thing. Calling the well, I'll say we know what those 3 C's are, but maybe I was going to add a 4th C. But I think the 3 C's have a good one because that's Phil's, that is his policy is the 3 C's. So we'll keep it as the 3 C's. But without further ado, first I'll introduce our guest this evening. It's a JVB from the Post Game Report back into the Grindhouse. How you doing, JVB?
What's up, everybody? I'm doing good, man. Can't complain.
Can they hear you? I don't know. You sound. Hold on. Let me see. Can you
Sound
hear them?
low?
Yeah.
All right, let me adjust that.
Yeah, I hear static. I don't know if they hear the static.
Oh shit! That's because I came in. That's because I became an Xbox ambassador today.
Oh, yeah, they're monitoring everything you say. Watch it.
The heavens are. What about now?
No, hold on. I'm gonna close the. I'm gonna leave and come back, and then come back. Let me see if it was just me. Hey, let me hear you sound now. Hello?
Oh, how are you?
Yeah, still fuzzy, still botting. Maybe hang up and come back in.
All right, cool. I'll do that right now.
All right. Frogs is here. How you doing, Frogs?
Yo, I'm an Xbox ambassador.
Damn. No, man.
Yes.
I'm reading you. Tonight, a special edition, I'm going to read Frogs the terms and conditions of being an Xbox ambassador. So
yes, I need to know. So I need to watch what I say.
Watch what you say. I got the Phil Spencer button right here. Whenever I hear negativity, I will hit this and protect your Xbox ambassadorship for that one.
Okay.
How you doing, Frogs?
I'm doing pretty good, man. A little confused on some aspects about some people's conversation points about the last couple of weeks. And then on the flip side, oh man, I've been gaming like I really want to. Being an Xbox ambassador, I think that it's made me realize that I don't necessarily really need to game or even own the games. I can watch.
Wow.
My significant other.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's acceptable because that's not what it is about
that's
gaming.
Plenty acceptable. That's fine.
As far as the gaming ambassador, yeah. So what I'm going to try to do is, and since I'm currently I have an Xbox Series X. I beat some games on it. Gamer score is sitting at probably about 43,000. That's not that
That's
much.
A little high, Frog. That's a little high for an ambassador.
And that's not that bad. That's not that great for an ambassador. Because I know gamer score doesn't matter.
Can they take away points? Because that sounds a little high.
I probably should take away about a couple. Get down to about 9,500. I think
that's about
good.
Right. Around that's a sweet spot for an ambassador.
But yeah, outside of that, man, gaming has been. I've been back and forth here and there, just playing random games all over the place. I think that Elden Ring kind of putting almost 200 hours in that game.
Wow.
And getting to the end of just, I kind of like.
But you play that on PlayStation, therefore, because if you play that on Xbox, that would disqualify you as an ambassador.
Yes, I did play it on. I did play it on PlayStation. It wasn't in Game Pass. That's the reason I didn't play it on Xbox. Okay. Sure. And until it comes to Game Pass, I won't play it.
Just clarifying, everybody. He did not put 200 hours in his Xbox because that's one of the terms and conditions that will discount him as an ambassador. That's too many hours.
And my other thing is, if it's not in Game Pass, I'm not going to play it. And I just feel like it's impossible for me to understand why anybody would game on Xbox without mentioning Game Pass or making sure their game that is popular is not in Game. Like if From Software doesn't want to put their games in Game Pass, there's a problem with From Software. We need you to do better. Phil Spencer, we are championing and we are asking for Elden Ring and Game Pass.
Oh wow!
Because we really want to play it.
Frog is doing his duty as an ambassador to recruit Elden Ring. My goodness.
Yes,
Wow, Frog.
Elden Ring needs to be the next Game Pass game.
Oh wait, the game night 123. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, "Can Frog show off his MVP trophy for being an ambassador?" Frog, if you want to put that into the Discord, maybe we could show that for everybody. I don't know. They want to
my
see
MVP
your
trophy for
trophy.
being
Did you
an
get?
ambassador?
Is it in the
Don't
mail?
forget
The
one.
trophy. You know, the thing that's on the
Oh.
thumbnail. I know JVB got
yeah.
one. JVB has them. JVB, yeah, let me hear you now. Let me hear you sound.
Do I sound better?
Yes. Yahoo!
Yes.
He's back. So JVB, how
So,
you
Frog.
doing?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Can't complain, brother.
Awesome. Yes. The
I'm
JVB
looking
post game
forward to
report.
hearing you talk about some ass cheeks.
Oh shit! You
Oh,
about it.
no.
We're going right into those ass cheeks. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
But JVB
man.
host
Seems
of the
like
post
every
game
time
report.
I hop on your stream to watch it,
What
talking
happened?
about ass Halo Master Cheeks or something.
Oh
like
my god!
Master
Yo,
Chiefs.
you must have. You got to the part where I was ranting about Master Chief bare ass naked laying the
that.
pipe.
Yeah.
Oh my, yeah, forget that is a joke. I said it's going. They're trying to recruit season 2 for Cinemax. They don't need Paramount
Yeah.
Plus anymore. They're going after the freaking Scooby Doo pornos.
What was
after
the
Night
old?
Night.
What was the old shit that used to come on late at night?
Yeah, it was a Skinemax.
Oh,
Cinemax
the soft,
at
the
night?
soft,
Yeah.
was it soft
Stars, right?
Star. Oh
The
yeah,
stars. Yeah.
dude. That's
Yeah,
that's where they.
yeah,
That's where
baby.
Chiefs going, man. He said how he wanted 2 things in his contract. The actor. He goes, "I'm not wearing this piece of shit helmet, and I'm having a sex scene." And those are the 2 things in his contract. And they're like, but it's Halo. It's like rated teen. They put a little
Oh,
mature
man.
in there for like little blood splatter, but they went back to teen. He goes, I don't care. I'm not signing here unless I don't have to wear this stupid helmet and I'm laying somebody. They're like, they're all aliens. He goes, give me a human.
More ass cheeks. More ass cheeks. Than fight
He goes, I
scenes.
worked out this ass. I got to show it on the screen. He goes, make sure that this ass is nice and tight. Cortana has to look because I don't want to be just standing there looking at my own ass. I got to have somebody looking at my ass. So Cortana has to be
Well,
back there.
what we have to understand, Jez, and that's and one thing we have to understand is just like just Phil Spencer, Master Chief is only human.
Yes.
Ah.
He's only human. Leave him alone. He's only human. He needs basic needs. Basic
Yeah,
needs. But
yeah.
he's like, but they're like, there are only aliens in the show. You're not going to be having sex with anybody. He goes, well, make one of the aliens human and I will lay that person. And they're like, okay, whatever. We'll write this person in. And then there you go.
pipe.
He goes, I gotta lay the pipe. And then he comes down. He goes, they're like, okay, the line is, I need a weapon. He's like, no, I want it. I need a condom. I was like, oh shit, he's changing this all up. He goes, and I want the plasma gun. I want to shoot white. I want a splooge on everybody's face. I'm like, oh shit, what movie is this? And they're like, oh damn, that's what they did to Halo. God damn it, 343,
He's definitely got the plasma gun.
dude.
Oh, yeah.
You see how big
Needler.
pause? You
His
see how
own
big that
needler.
freaking
His own
needler
needler.
was? God
This
damn it.
Little needler shooting.
He
stuff
had a
like
big
that.
ass needler. It was goddamn huge.
Yeah.
It was freaking huge, the needler, when they were doing it. My goodness. It was huge.
Oh.
Pause. All right. Well, we're gonna go after. Now we just had our sexy talk. Now we're gonna get into what's on the grinds board. So it's really heating up. The blood's pumping. The grinders are going wild in the chat. Grinders. Before you, just to let you know about this, I put in a brand new emoji for you for the 3 C's. We do have the emoji from last week for Holy Spirit Activate, and you could activate those VIP grinder. We got boosters. We're gonna see plenty of those. Halo rats when we talk about Halo, and also too Bootleg Joel, our good friend over there. And then we have the Herman Holtz doing splits, because it's about quality splits. And he can't stretch any far for those VIP grinders. I thought I might have to clone him and make him do like 2 Herman Holston splits. Or maybe put, I don't know what to do. I don't know. I got to come up with some ideas on this.
It's all about that 3C policy.
It's
man.
the 3C
If you stick
policy.
to that, if you stick to Phil Spencer's 3C policy as an ambassador, you can't lose.
Wow. And you know what? It is. We're talking about the 3 C's. We're talking about the Halo sex scenes. That only initiates one thing that we have to initiate the song before we go into the grindhouse. Here it is. Ring the doorbell. We got it. Oh, damn. I don't know if it's coming up. Wait. Can you hear my Ghetto Booty song?
Not at all.
I don't hear it.
No! Booty's failing on me here. Oh, you know why? Because I didn't
It's the
play it.
ambassador program, bro.
The goddamn ambassadors. My booty's not working. What's going on with the booty? Oh, know why? Let me fix this. That's why, because this booty's not working. This booty goes over here now. Now let's see.
That booty's only human.
Oh, yeah. Now you hear it. Quality, baby. Uh-oh. I don't know if you can hear it. Can you hear it?
No, we can't. I can't.
I don't know if anybody can hear it. Can anybody hear that song? We're going to go to the Grindwood. Let's go. And let me do my... And my thing's all crazy. So, here we go. Oh, that... Okay, there we go. There we go. Do. And now, sorry guys, I teased you with that song. I was jamming out to it. Sorry, you guys didn't hear it. Sucks for you guys, but never mind. I'll play for you.
Let me see you jump to get a booty. Let me see you jump to get a booty. Let me see you jump to get a booty. Let me see you jump to get a booty. Let me see you jump to get a booty. Let me see you jump to get a booty. Now drop.
That's his theme song when he comes in to the studios, asking about how the games are coming. That's his theme music.
You know, that does sound like one of those songs they play when, like, a Phil Spencer's coming on E3 stage or Jim Ryan. Or something.
This is the Phil Spencer entrance music. He's like, Phil Spencer was quoted as that is his second favorite booty. So that was Phil Spencer's quote. Speaking about Matt Booty. So one of the first things I did want to talk about, and I think JVB, you're buzzing again. You might have to.
Come on.
I don't know, man. It's that weather. We got some crazy weather here in the Northeast, so I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Hit that like button, grinders. We're going to talk. The first thing I wanted to talk about and bring it up here is I don't think a lot of. Oh, man, I got to fix my thing here. I got to make sure that this is adjusted accordingly. I'm trying to get.
Well, you know what, just real quick, is it's not on the list. This is something off the cuff, and it's really nothing to do with gaming, but you know, I couldn't sleep last night, and me not being able to sleep, you know, having a little bit of sleep insomnia, I decided to get up, you know, take my dogs out again. And I said, man, what is preventing me from sleeping? And there I look up into the sky in my Tampa Bay area sky. And what do I see? A huge old red moon being eclipsed.
Oh, you saw the eclipse.
Yeah. So it was pretty amazing. Something that my youngest son, who's 19, I don't think he's ever seen it. So this is something the first time in his 19 years he's ever seen. And it was amazing to him. He sat there and he just watched it for a while. I've seen it plenty of times. You know, it's always happens.
It happened at midnight.
Anytime my birthday lands on a Friday the 13th, which my birthday was Friday the 13th. This Friday just passed.
Oh, damn.
Nice. Yeah. So, and I didn't put it out there for everybody to know, you know, my birthday was. So my birthday, anytime my birthday lands on a Friday the 13th, I'm a Taurus. Yeah, anytime my birthday lands on a Friday the 13th, that freaking happens. 9 times out of 10, I get some kind of special event. So shout out to the planet and the moon for giving me that special event. Because a lot of people don't know this. It started Friday and it ended on Sunday. Friday, we woke up and it was early in the morning, and somebody's at my door. And I don't know. Somebody's trying.
Hey, you're an ambassador now. They're probably dropping off those Game Pass subscriptions. You got to hand out.
Ambassador.
That trophy on.
Dude, you got the trophy already, Frog? You got the trophy already as an ambassador? Holy shit! That's fair. Phil overnighted that shit to him.
I love when my birthday lands on Friday the 13th, which it doesn't happen that often. But when it does, it's always some kind of special event. And it was awesome. It was just awesome sharing that with my youngest son.
Totally.
And seeing that. I woke my wife up. It was her first time ever seeing anything like that, and she was just stunned. And it was just, it was an incredible thing to see if you've never seen it. And I anybody that saw, they can, and that's your first time seeing it. It was really incredible.
That's
really
awesome.
incredible. And thanks to everybody for the birthday shout outs.
Yeah, man. Happy
I
birthday.
appreciate that.
Happy birthday. Well,
Yeah.
the fact that you talking about Friday the 13th, something also released on Friday the 13th, and that was
Oh,
Evil
yeah.
Dead the Game. And
That was a segue. There we go, baby.
There we go. Where the hell is it? Oh, man. I got to get it on the... Hold on. I get it on the screen here. Yo, my whole thing is discombobulated craziness here. No, not that. There we go. Yeah, so I captured some gameplay here. So let me explain, because I didn't even know what this game really was until
I forgot it was coming out. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, dude. So I got some of my gameplay here. What's up, Marcus? Yo, Compost. Yo, Faye. How you doing? Steady Flow. How you doing? So the way this game works, let me just talk about the game. I only played probably about... I played a good ambassador's worth of about 45 minutes to an hour of the game.
Okay, that's about as long as you need to play.
That's all I need, right? Goddamn review.
That's all you need for a review.
I can write. This is my full review. I put an ambassador's effort in here, Xbox ambassador's effort. About 45 to an hour. I am. Sign me up for IGN and GameSpot. I can write reviews, make over $20 an hour. This is incredible.
There you go.
So as you can see from there, there's different classes. You could do humans, and then you could also be a demon. This game I thought was sort of like gonna be like Friday the 13th, the game, like, you know, like trying to
yeah, that's what I thought.
It does have a similar kind of structure to that, but it's actually, I think it's done much better and better polished, of course. And what's interesting is that each class person has some specialties and things like that, and then there's a demon faction in there, and it's only one person. But just speaking about the humans first.
Also, one person is a demon, and the other team is a real.
Yes.
And, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
And the humans, the way it works is that you have different classes of what they do. There's a leader who could mark things on the map of where you got to go next, and then there's people with you have different abilities and stuff. Here are the cool things that I thought that they added in this game. One thing is that your flashlight that you activate, it has 100% power, but it also drains battery. But when you activate the flashlight, not only does it illuminate the area, but it makes secret items glow in a room. So it helps with looting, because there's looting in this, where just similar to Friday the 13th, where you got to loot for different weapons. There's different like melee weapon and a gun, and it's not like Left 4 Dead. You only have a few bullets. Like, you got to scour for bullets. A lot of it is focused on melee. And like locating items and finding these little purple jars that actually level you up during the course of the game, because you're kind of building up to this thing. And what you got to do is these things up top, where you got to find 3 pieces of the map, then you got to hold down an area while you're getting one of the talismans, and then you got to get the sword, and you got to hold down an area for that one, and then you got to fight these 3 big mini boss guys by shooting like a beam at them, and then you have to protect the book. That's basically the mission structure here. And you have to work as a team. You have 28 minutes, 30 minutes to do it, and the circle kind of closes in on you. There's smoke, and it closes in on you to try to funnel you down, which makes the demon person make easier to find you. And so you're going through this thing. The combat's it's all right. It's not that great, but the melee is pretty visceral. But I'm going to tell you, the one thing that they got down crazy is the atmosphere, the music, and the jump scares. Dude, they got like just guys that just jump out, or like a demon will just flash on your screen. I have it captioned it on here, where basically it was like, it just like jump scares you. Like, they're trying to scare you, just like the movie. Like, they have somebody like a zombie just hiding, and then they just come running at you. Like, it's not slow demons. They come running at you, and you got to melee the hell out of them because you don't have tons of bullets. And then there's the jaws I was picking up over there. But it's really, you know, the other cool thing that they added is this bar at the bottom called, this is the thing that I was like going crazy about. There's a fear bar at the bottom. So if you don't stay around your team members and you're just wandering around stuff, your fear meter increases. And the way to reduce the fear meter is by standing by a bonfire or a flashlight, a light that you could light up. And your team kind of hovers around that. But it increases as you're playing the game. As you're fighting more and more enemies, your fear increases. Now, I was like, what the hell does that do? Well, it decreases your visual awareness. Like, you start getting shadow around your screen. But the craziest thing is that the demon host, the other person, could possess you and take over your body. And that is the coolest game mechanism, I thought, in a horror game.
That sounds pretty funny.
Dude, it is the funniest thing when you're just like trying to do stuff. Your fear is up, and you can see this purple thing at the bottom is my fear meter that's increasing. And then the demon, the person could take over your body and then start killing you, start making you just get hit by enemies. You could start taking out your teammates and stuff, and your body changes, like you become like demon, a demon version of the character. And then what's funny is that your team like fights you. And then you die.
Wow.
And then they revive you after the possession is funny as hell, because you're just playing and all of a sudden it's like, you've been possessed. And you're like, holy crap. And then you just see your guy just like fighting your own team and blowing them up and like hitting them and chainsawing them and stuff. And,
so it's pretty akin to the movies.
Yeah, it's pretty, because he does get possessed and stuff. The other thing is that they could also possess the car. So the vehicles in this game, there's vehicles in this game similar to like a not battle royale, but like, where you could use vehicles to get around, similar to like the Friday 13th.
Mm-hmm.
The vehicle control is really good, and it does support crossplay. The other thing is that the demon, so you could be in a car, and then the demon could take over your car and then start driving the car, running you over and stuff. So, and kick everybody out of the car. It is the funniest thing ever when you just see in a car with nobody in it, just trying to run you over, and it's highlighted in red, and it's just running you over and stuff. So it was pretty damn funny, like seeing these things kind of this emergent type of craziness, in this game where it looks pretty damn good. Crossplay. Now as I get into the car here, and then see that I just got hit. They possessed the person possessed the tree, and the tree gave me a slap, and that increases the fear. So, like, what they want to do is they want to try to, there's jump scares and this is the part that I like, and maybe because I kind of like that whole, like, messing up with people, because in this game, it's not like Friday 13th where you just got to go around killing people. What you do in this thing, you're trying to scare the shit out of the 4 players by having them do jump scares, hitting them with the tree. You spawn enemy, and yeah, I could just jump to this thing because I thought this part was so cool. You spawn, so here are the demons that you could select. I'm just gonna jump to the demon side. So you could choose like 3 different sets of demons from the movie and the TV show. And then I just went through the tutorial, and what's cool is they got the video down of, like, remember how the demon first camera view they had in Evil Dead?
Mm-hmm.
They copied that exactly the same way. Like, it's like that super fast demon thing. You're a first person, and you absorb these things here. And by absorbing those, you get souls, or you get money in order to cash in. So it's not like you could just spam possessing people or possessing cars and things like that. So
you have to work your way up.
Exactly. So like you collect this, now you can possess the fodder guys that just walking around, and they have all their own abilities too. Like this guy here, he rips off his head and uses it as a bomb, or the other person rips off a hand and uses it as a melee weapon, or throws up, or blows up. And it's pretty cool that you could just take a part of anybody and any demons inside the game. You could just possess them. So this guy rips off his head, and basically I could throw the head as a grenade. And then what's crazy is that I could possess a tree, I could possess the person, I could possess the car, and what's awesome too, at the end, you could actually, if you have 150 points, you could basically be the host demon, the boss, like a mini boss. And then the other thing is that you spawn these little portals to hell. So you spawn people, and you could set up jump scares. You could have like certain areas of the map you could just have, they're gonna walk through. You could set up a trap. So you mess with the host to get them scared, so that you could possess them, so that you could kill them, or you could get enough points to basically stop them. So you're trying to stop them from it, and you got to destroy the book so that it closes the portal. But yeah, I'll show you the part where I got possessed. But yeah, did anybody else play it? JVB, did you play it? Frog, did you?
No, I didn't get a chance to play it. I forgot it was out. I watched Sick Humor play it, and there was somebody else I watched play it, but I know Sick Humor, I watched him play it, and from what they were playing and how they were playing it, it seemed like it was pretty fun. It seemed like something I'll eventually get.
Yeah,
when it's on Game Pass, but it seemed pretty fun.
It's $40. Yeah, so and they got a season pass. I don't know what the hell's in the season pass. They got about like 4 huge maps. And then there's tons of players that you could there's tons of different classes, and everybody has special abilities. They got passive abilities over here, you can see, and then there's like amulets and things. So there's a lot of like you're doing like kind of Fortnite-ish, like you're looking. It's similar to Friday
Right.
13th. Like you're going around. This is the leveling up system. So you're leveling up your character. You're increasing his capabilities of tolerating fear and things like that. But and then you can do these melee attacks. They're pretty gruesome, blood all over the place. Like it's pretty awesome. I just want to show when I got possessed. Where did I get possessed?
Is it would you say it's a service-based game, sort of?
No. The whole
No,
game is
I
there.
don't know if
It's
I'm
not
interested. I
so.
mean, because service-based games, it seems like where we're going to,
If
you
you're
know,
ambassador,
with
that's
the
all you're
existence
playing,
of
dude.
with all these services coming out. I mean, it just seems like it's only fair to, really push the envelope. And I think that what Phil Spencer is doing with Game Pass is really knocking it out the park.
Frog, I don't know if I could tolerate this. Oh, there we go. I had to save what I was gonna say because I didn't want to violate the ambassador program. But yeah, and I agree. Jeff B. Gamer says multiplayer games like this don't have long legs. Yeah, and that's
Right.
the one thing that I'm like, it depends. It is crossplay, so it is like you could play it across all. So that I think that's something that's beneficial.
Wait. So you said this game is crossplay, meaning if I have it on Xbox,
You could,
PlayStation, PC, we
yes,
can all play.
all could play PC,
I,
Xbox,
I
PS4.
wonder. You know what I wonder? And this is just for the audience sitting here. I
It
know
will, Ghostface, I
crossplay
think.
some years ago was really the hot topic of being everywhere, and it seems like most of the games that should be crossplay, the Maddens, the 2Ks, we know the Call of Duties, they aren't.
Yeah,
These
I
games that are
know.
on multiple platforms, why aren't they all crossplay when they have multiplayer
They get
elements?
possessed here. I know. I don't
And
know why.
I just wonder.
Yeah, I don't know why. Back in the visual with the 5, he goes, I saw a Bethesda ad where they're selling Fallout 76. No mention of Game Pass. Could this mean that Microsoft wants to start competing directly with Sony? I don't know. I don't know if this. I don't even believe they could sell that goddamn game, Fallout 76. I don't know.
I think it should
Microsoft
be free
doesn't
to
want to
play.
compete directly with Sony because they
It
can't
should be a
hold
free
their
to play game.
Yeah, Fallout 76. It was given away in PlayStation. One of the nows and pluses, or
Yeah.
whatever the hell it is.
Now it was in PS now.
But yeah,
I think
I recommend
it should
it.
be free to play.
It's definitely was something. Again, I played it as much as I could give a full review of it right now, and I'll just say it's a good 7 out of 10 right now. But no, I definitely think it's a good because I played an hour of it. That's enough to review, I guess, from the review.
Dead man walking, literally.
Dead man walking. But I'm gonna tell you one thing, man. It definitely, if you an Evil Dead or Bruce Campbell fan, yeah, I just got possessed. So now I'm not controlling right now. It says the demon is in control, so he's going after my teammates right now. It's hilarious. Look, he just goes in here and just starts wrecking my teammates. I can't control or anything. Like I'm possessed. Look, there's my little monster face in the corner. I like when games do like cool little elements and stuff. Like there's a little bit of battle royale kind of looting type thing. There's some Friday the 13th. There's that jump scare horror element. I don't think I could have. Yeah, then they start healing me. I don't think I could find where the hell they scared the hell out of me. Where the hell is that thing? Yeah, this came down to the end. Wait, they were trying to destroy the book. I got the chainsaw. Where's the scare? Like there was a part where the hell the thing jumped. Like it's like I don't know if it's a blinding trick. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's something, and it like tries to blind you. I don't know.
And so basically, when you get possessed, your team has to kill you.
No, they can kill you or they cannot. Like they fight you, but usually they wind up killing you. But it's a time thing. It's not that you possess.
So he can't possess you for so he has a certain amount of time to possess you.
Yeah, they only possess you for 5 minutes. I haven't possessed anybody yet, but like it's like only 20 seconds. Oh, yeah, it's like 25 seconds or something like that. It's enough to do some damage. But yeah, that was definitely good. You could see when it comes into PlayStation Plus or whatever like that. But yeah, I played it for a little bit, and yeah, it's not bad. Definitely run around. I like that fear thing. Like I didn't know that thing was gonna take over me and get possessed. So I'm standing by the flame here to try to reduce my fear meter so they can't take over my body. And then you see that the circle's closing in here, so you can see that here's the smoke. Oh damn, someone's crashed upstairs. But anyway, recommend it. It's not bad. And we will get into the next topic here. JVB, are you interested in this? Are you a big Evil Dead fan? Or like these kind of games? These 4v1s? Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there you are.
Is he here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh man,
Hello?
I don't hear him.
No.
Sounds like he's coming in and out.
Yeah, I tell you, this weather. I was pissed off when it said
The
all about
weather.
these thunderstorms. It's like, sucks, dude. Oh, damn. Salty just got canceled as an Xbox ambassador. They got him.
What?
Be careful,
they got him?
Frog. They're coming around, Frog.
Gotta be careful what I'm saying.
Be careful what you're saying. They're monitoring everybody. Yeah, I was on that podcast. Shout out to King Thrash when he went into the Xbox Ambassadors program and did that. So and went through the terms and services. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is, with this delay, thanks for the ambassador review. Yeah, exactly. Approved.
no, can you?
Oh, hello. There you are, JVB. Hello.
Yeah, wait.
I don't know what this thing is doing, man.
There you go. So are you interested in that? Did you try Evil Dead? You like Evil Dead?
I didn't try it yet, but I'm definitely interested in the game. I love the franchise.
Oh, okay.
So
Then you'll
I just might buy it because it's part of the franchise.
Yeah. You know what? They also have missions, and the missions are the movie. So like they have single player mission where your wife is like, your girlfriend, whatever, she's like possessed in the basement, just like the movie. And you got to go grab her, you get the shovel, dig up her head, and she's saying all the crazy things, and you got to like bring her to kill to try to eradicate the demon, like kind of do like the first movie, and then like the second one will be the second movie. So it's just kind of like, it's cool because like it's just you
have to cut off
like,
your own hand in the second one.
I don't know. I didn't get to that one. I only did the first one.
Oh, okay.
This is an ambassador review. We don't get to all the other ones. This is an ambassador review. We
Really
only play
quick,
about
can
40
I
minutes.
just say something real fast?
Sure.
On Twitter, this guy named Stein is the Xbox social media manager.
Yeah.
He posted that he's talking about how he's disappointed in grown adults going after the MVP girl.
Oh my god.
And he goes, grown adults out here really trying to quantify somebody's entire value by one imaginary digital number, which means that achievements are imaginary. I learn something new all the time.
There it is. I got it. The JVB, I got it right here. So Stein. Okay, let's see. Yo, I'm telling you, man. I'm gonna get into it. But
excuses, man.
Dude, the politics is disgusting. It's rearing its head right now. And this is why, for the last 4 years, I've been saying, why is it not about the games? And now we're seeing why, because there's a lot of back-end grab-ass and politics shit going on social media and with Xbox. And I think it's disgusting, and I'm glad it's coming out because it's not about the games. It's about these kind of political moves to try to get, and I mean gaming politics, not like political,
yeah,
but like trying to
ridiculous.
Get people, maybe some promotion for their channel, getting them to, and here we go. So let's see what we see. He says, disappointed to see the gaming community put down an Xbox MVP these last few days based on their gamer score. Grown adults out here really trying to quantify somebody's entire value by imaginary digital numbers. You're right, JVB. That was a good point that you made. So he's basically dismissing the value of achievements.
Yeah,
saying,
man.
Wow.
Which was a key selling point for Xbox.
So
Wow.
I'm guessing the time and effort that you put into
There are
beating
people
and
who
playing
make
this
entire
game.
livings being
Right.
the champions of
Dude, they sent out
Exactly.
a plaque out to what's his name? That Stallion. Stallion for him,
Yeah.
2 million games ago. They flew Rand out to a goddamn E3 to break the 1 million gamer score. The man with the million. Well, that's an imaginary number. You're worth 0, I guess, to this. The man with the million, you got flown out to E3 to hug
really
Jessica
don't get it.
Chobot and meet Phil Spencer and stuff. Imaginary digital number. Wow.
Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah, I asked them if my
Yeah.
achievements have been a fragment of my imagination this whole time.
There he goes. Now let's see what he says. He says, and they are loud, which I get is tough, but we can be louder. We can also all collectively work to mute and block them out of existence. Wow, that's such positivity right there. Starve their pitiful starve their pitiful digital worth into nothingness, which is what they contribute to gaming. Nothing. Jesus.
Wow.
Wow.
I gotta screen cap that before he deletes it.
Dude, this is screen. I grind the screen. It's etched into YouTube streets. That's all I'm saying right now. I got it right here live. Wow. Talk about some Stein. You better check your ambassadorship because that sounds very negative.
Oh, he's more than an ambassador or an MVP.
Yeah. Well, guess what?
He's a
Guess
social
what,
media
Mr. Stein?
manager.
You're gonna be the next check mark on check. Get ready. You better have those gamer scores ready to go because you're next. See, this is what oh man, we're jumping right into this thing. This is what I don't get. You flap open your mouth. You better have the backing because when you come on the internet and you flap your mouth, you make like fighting words like this. You better get ready. Get ready because you're next. Internet's coming after you now because that's it. Like you're done. Like you put yourself out there like that, man. Shh. And look what words. Starve their pitiful digital worth into nothingness, which is what they contribute to gaming. What are you talking about? The people that are criticizing. Now, granted, there are people that probably went a little too far, maybe with some of the things that, with her and stuff like that. But I didn't see too much of that. I saw people just questioning, and she doubled down on this stuff. And we'll talk about this. But what's incredible is that the criticism is coming from her lack of gaming. And having so much to say to tell other people, don't worry about it. It doesn't bother me. It shouldn't bother you. Fuck that.
Well, it also like BG said, it really came from people just criticized Phil and his management.
Exactly. They just criticized Phil.
And she tried to defend him in a way that with like
Frog talking, I can't hear him.
Yeah, Frog's talking.
Wait.
Oh,
wait.
You can hear me. I can't hear.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she tried to hear him. She tried to defend him.
No.
And he didn't need defending. He didn't need it. He is doing what he's doing, and people are going to give him criticism because they want better. And I think that's a big problem we have on some sides and with some companies. When people are trying to give the correct criticism, you're trying to defend them, and I think what that hurts is that hurts the whole conversation of what the gamers really are asking for. What's the sense of Phil Spencer coming up to saying we heard you if you don't give him criticism?
Yeah, well, she defended him, like try to do his job. He's only human and stuff like that.
Right.
And then and look at this. He goes, right, this I don't even want to. He's talking about secondhand embarrassment. He goes, right, some of the best players I know only play a few games. I want to know how these adults deal with real life situations and responsibilities, bills, kids. We're making excuses not playing games. Dude, you're in the game. So obviously he's making it that the Xbox community does not play games. And that's it. It's about just, shaking your the right hands, saying the right things, walking the right line, doing
It's about rooftop parties.
It's about rooftop parties. It's about drinking the Phil Ness. He's basically saying it right here, making excuses why you don't play games. And that is just insane. That is insane. Especially coming off of the news when all the games are gone. Like that was the whole thing that triggered this whole thing, was that the games for this year are not out. Nobody knows the roadmap. Like I say this a lot here, but Xbox right now is like, where you have a couple of ants coming out of from under a rock, and then you pick up the rock and all the ants go, oh shit, we're exposed, and they're running all over the place. They don't know which end is up. That's what this is right now. You just lifted up the rock of Xbox, and they're all ants. They're all running around because they don't have a forecast of games. They have no confidence in what games can be delivered as quality. Should they be hyped up for a game? Should they not be hyped up for a game? Because if I get hyped up for a game and it comes out like Halo Infinite, then I'm disappointed. And if I go on the internet and cap and all this stuff, and I'm like, rah, 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 and then the game looks like shit, now I look like a fool when I'm trying to get some sort of notoriety on the internet. But this is just, wow. This is just insane.
Yeah, he'll be deleting those tweets pretty soon.
Yes, he's going to eat those words.
Right? It's important.
I do believe that.
Yeah, because it's very kind of like fight fire with fire. Like
and then he's going to play victim.
Yeah, and then now
Yes.
people are going to come at him with stuff, and then he's going to be like, see, now I got to block you. Like, my
Well,
God.
when you're a glory hole rooftop party ambassador, this is what
Oh,
happens.
damn, Frog. You're already betraying
This
your
is what happens.
ambassadorship.
Look, I tried to hold my
Jesus.
tongue. As an ambassador, I tried, but it's so hard to be an ambassador to something that you
Midget
really
height,
don't
glory hole.
believe in. You know, and you know what's sad is it's not about being a fanboy. You know, there's
You're my
some people
number
who
one
are just
customer.
fanatics about it. I'm not a fanatic about it. I just want a good process, good software. I want you
Just
to
want
listen to your
games. How
community.
hard is that?
I want them to listen to their community, and they're obviously not listening to the gaming community because
Wow.
what is going
That's
on
crazy.
the Xbox side of things, the community as a whole is speaking. It's not even just you have a lot of people who primarily game on Xbox. They're speaking too, and they're being thrown to the freaking wolves in the same instance. Like if we haven't seen in the last week what's happening, there you have a divided community. You have people who
Yes,
are fed
Xbox
up
Civil
who's
War.
like,
I got it.
yes. You have people who are like,
Hit that
I
like
don't want to
grinders.
deal with this anymore. I'm tired of it. Do better.
Exactly.
I at this point I want to leave.
Yeah. Oh, Frog, you're right. You're one day ambassador.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's
I'm
hard.
an ambassador as well. So
The Game Night 123, he goes, people have been calling for Jim Ryan's head ever since the whole "We Believe in Generations" comment. But Phil, now we got to protect him at all costs. Amen, Game Night. That's right. Exactly. Like, again, Phil cannot be touched. You know, he's doing a fantastic job. That's why we have him in the, the face looked like who took a shit. I got that in here as one of the emojis because the Phil Ness runs deep. It runs deeper than just a friggin' Phil Spencer juicy juice drink. It runs deep into the souls of people. Like he looks into your soul and he like owns you like fucking Shang Tsung. God damn it! He like looks at you. He goes, "Eat your souls of no games."
somebody responded to me and said, "Wait till he finds out about credit scores."
Look, this is
I can't believe
similar.
this. Like, I think it's pretty insane that he's even commenting on this thing. Like, I don't get it. Like, I just don't.
This is something similar, and I think the community is watching what's going on, and the difference between this and like what Sega went through. Sega had not only management problems, but they had a problem really sticking to their guns and saying, "Hey, let's stick with this. No ifs, ands, and buts." You know, and I think that for all intents and purposes, this is very similar. Look, shoot, you got it sitting up there, Johnny Depp and his whole defamation case.
Yep.
Who wants to roll over? Who wants to roll over in the morning and think they got a pretty hot deal and a hot wife, and they roll over in a pile of shit in their bed because their wife shit it in the bed?
You think Phil Spencer taking shit in everybody's bed? Oh, damn.
No, nobody wants
Unless you're
that.
German. unless
Frog
you're
got the
German.
inside knowledge. The ambassador program show exposing.
Hey, and I
Throw
think
shit in your
that
bed.
I think the people who are actually love gaming and they're speaking about it, they constantly are getting tired of rolling over every morning to some warm pile of shit in their bed. And they're like, what is this? And their wife's sitting there looking at them like, hey, you pissed me off last night because you said I don't scramble eggs well enough, so I shit in the bed this morning. How about that? I just don't get it. I just don't get why we as a community, people who love games, how come it's and if you take the people who are really like gaming, like I bought an Xbox Series X to play games with it. I purchased Halo. I purchased Crackdown. I purchased a lot of the crap that people said, don't buy it. Just play it in Game Pass. Don't buy. I said, no, I want to support the stuff that I think I want to play. And then some of the stuff I decided to support, it came out and it didn't come out to really positive responses. It came out wasn't supported. It came out half baked. And me as a person who's playing this stuff, who owns this stuff, as a person who knows where the content came from,
Yeah.
I should want better. And when I speak and say I want better, you cancel me because of it. You say no, I don't want to hear what you have to say. And I say, look, I don't even have to compare Sony or Nintendo to what you're doing. I'm just looking at you as your own entity and saying you're worse than your generation before. And that generation is worse than the generation before. And this generation was good only because you had to kick and claw your way up to the top with that generation. You know, I thought their OG Xbox generation was great. I thought their 360 generation
Yeah.
was great. Their Xbox One generation, they got cocky, like Sony did with the PS3 generation. They got cocky, they got arrogant, and they got squashed. You
Dude.
figured they would have learned from that. They didn't learn. And they went a whole different route than the rest of the industry. And now everybody thinks, well, because they have $1 trillion, or $3 trillion, they should go that route. No,
Wow.
it
Look at
doesn't
this. He's
work
going
like
after
that.
everybody, Frog. It's crazy. I know. They
I-
made their bed and now they're reaping the repercussions. Somebody writes like, tell that to Xbox about the gamer score, and he goes, it's a sales tagline. What of it? Man, he is just like he's
Wow.
lit. He
Boy,
is
wants to get a
going
job with Sony or
off.
something. I've been
That's-
telling these.
Here's someone. Wait, here's someone.
telling
As
people
someone
this for
with
a
a half
long
a million
time.
gamer
Oh,
score,
okay.
with 500, half a million gamer score, it literally means nothing. If anything, I can catalog in my game memories is the achievement. Other than that, it's 100% worthless. Hate needs to be condemned. What hate? What is going on?
You know
See,
what?
and
Everybody's
this is the
on
thing
this-
that grinds my gears about this thing is because what they're doing is they're pivoting. Because now the issue about where are the games, what's the management issue, Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, the things that really need to be questioned. Why is there 23, 30 goddamn studios and no games? Why is there, you are starving for a June showcase, crossing your fingers, and this is not the first time that they've disappointed at a June showcase. They had 2 goddamn shows in the 2020, and they failed miserably. That's where Craig was born. So they have not had a good track record with these shows, and they delayed their whole friggin' lineup of some 2 trash-ass games we know nothing about. Redfall, it was a friggin' CGI trailer. People were skeptical. They said, oh, stop the negativity. Didn't ever had anything of it. But this is the thing. Now it turns into, these attacks. It's social. And what they're doing is they're turning it into a conversation of, the social bullying and stuff, and not about the topic at hand that has caused this stuff. And this is a deflection. This is exactly what they're doing. Now it's all about coming to this person's aid, even though she's the one who ran her mouth on the internet, making statements about something that she doesn't know about. You say, like, what? You know Phil Spencer's job, so you could tell people, how about you do it? No, that's no excuse. The guy got promoted twice already to CEO of goddamn gaming. Who's responsible for the delay of these games? Who? He made a big deal going on MSNBC, grabbing ass, talking about how he bought Bethesda and we own them and our games are coming to Game Pass. He has yet to put the Bethesda games in Game Pass, the new ones. Like, what's going on here?
I personally feel like, Jez, like, what we say on a consistent basis is the reality of it.
Reflection.
And perception. And perception is the reality. And the perception that we're getting from last generation going into this generation is their gaming studios as a whole, Xbox gaming studios, has a problem.
Yes, that's the issue.
It has a problem coming from They had a problem with the Xbox One with the name. They had a problem with a lot of things. That transition directly, and my whole thing is, a lot of people thought, and I even thought, there's no way they go into the next generation with that Xbox One stink on it, with them having the name problems of their consoles, communication issues.
It's fine.
And they went into that next generation with the console with a very like people. I said this when I first heard Xbox Series X. I said people are going to be confused. People said no, consumers aren't that stupid. No, and you know what they did? All they did was say, we'll put a little swing and take the one off the name and put Series on there. And it's an Xbox One at heart because the same UI, they didn't try. And the whole point is, nobody at that company can tell me they sat there and they were really ready for that next generation when you boot up that Xbox Series X or S, if you decide to so foreignly be cheap. When you decide to boot up that what they say next gen experience, you boot up an Xbox One that was more powerful. When I boot up my PlayStation 5, I knew I was in a whole new generation. I knew it was a whole UI, a whole new system. Outside of backward compatibility, I was like, yo, this is something that's, even the system was like nothing we've ever seen. And I'll give credit to the development. I think the system was different, but the name kind of like it said Xbox One. the
Bro.
controller, it said Xbox One.
I got
The
some
UI
stuff for you
said
here.
everything they've done up to this point. They've kept the same energy from the Xbox One generation and led right to the generation. And the people who are speaking up about it are like, "Yo, you guys did the same thing last generation. We're tired of this.
Exactly.
Do something different."
Yes.
And people are being criticized and ostracized in a sense if you say anything because you're considered the person who is spilling hate. You're a fanboy. No, it's bullshit.
Exactly.
It's
People
we
thought
had
this
I
was
had
over.
PSP and the 360.
You're right.
I know a lot of people that had PS3s and 360s in that same generation, and they played them equally, and
It
they
was
loved
never
the competition.
you're right, and you know what, Frog? I was thinking the same thing. It was never this bad between the
It was-
PlayStation.
no, it
because
wasn't.
it was like in the beginning there was like the fan wars about like the 360 was better than play, and then what happened was at the end eventually everybody just kind of mellowed out and everybody had everything, and
Yep.
that's what it was. It was, and the thing is that when Xbox talking about the most powerful console, and I got some clips for you here. We got Mr. Phil Ness right here because you want to hear like the stuff that he was saying. Here you go.
Expects the kind of overview there. Do you feel good about that? Do you feel like you've achieved that?
Yeah, I think you asked the question in exactly the right way. We started in 2016 not knowing or even really frankly thinking much about when another platform holder would launch.
Talking
or
about the
what their
power of the
goals would
Series
be.
X.
So it's
2016.
really hard to go and create goals that are relative to somebody else in the market. And that doesn't mean that we're not incredibly proud of Series X and how that Xbox will exist in the market when it launches. I love the work that the teams have done, but we really try to set our own player goals, experience goals, creator goals for what we're trying to build. We did that with Xbox One X, and I think you and I had the conversation that we really wanted to be able to hit 4K. We thought 4K 30 was reasonable. We get some games that would go to 4K 60, and we get some games that decided to not hit 4K, but we wanted to make sure that 4K was achievable. This time around, for a long time, I've been talking about balance between CPU and GPU without just kind of giving all of our plans, but I've tried to be transparent with the things that we were targeting. We looked at things like refresh rates and frame rates, and we've been on that. I mean, we did variable refresh rate on Xbox One so that we could learn and start the conversation with hardware manufacturers. We started the conversation about DirectX ray tracing and how we wanted that to exist on our platform.
Where's ray tracing?
We started even thinking about the cloud and how this platform that we're going to build is going to be the engine for xCloud going forward, and making some decisions, whether it's direct ML and other uses for this hardware when it's in data centers. So it's not really a relative exercise. We give ourselves a price envelope. Obviously, we have to do that.
Don't
really
bullshit.
good about that will work.
Wait, he asked him the other question.
I'm sort of curious. We saw 2013. I want to ask you about the lessons that you learned from 2013 that you're applying now. But one of the things that didn't go your way in 2013 was price and a seemingly quick reaction from Sony on the used games thing and your kind of digital messaging at that point. So with regard to price on Series X, is that sort of fixed no matter what? Is it just is what it is? Or is there a scenario where you might be reactive to the competition and be able to have some flexibility?
This is before Lockhart. No, I don't want to hear his bullshit.
Somebody, the battle. See Washington bringing up Crackdown, to be clear, at kind of like 2 frames per second. But the fact that I actually could get him on screen and move around, I thought was just fantastic. And it was amazing. Like everybody in the bus wanted to come around and see what I was doing.
Crackdown on the bus at 2 frames a second. Phil's
great.
excited.
And it just gives me a lot of promise for what it's going to mean as we.
You hear all the tech talk, the all the stuff that they were like, we learned our lesson, we did this, and they carried over 2 years into this thing. And what's funny too is that the beginning part of this thing is talking about delaying Halo if the hardware's not ready. But you wound up delaying Halo.
Yeah, I honestly, and just because I'd be kind of making up answers here, I haven't cut down by 2 on if this moves, if that moves, kind of what would we do. To date, we feel pretty good about our plans, but I'll just reiterate, safety and security seems most important. And I think if we get to the point, I would sit down with Liz Hamron, who runs our console platform and hardware team, and Matt Booty, and frankly, Sarah Bond and the third parties, because there's obviously a lot of great third party support that we're looking for through the fall. And so I think it would just be a joint effort. I get these same questions, just so you know, from the third party public. We're not going to do that.
You want to know how well Xbox is doing? Let me tell you how well Xbox is doing. You know what happened to Unlocked? It's gone.
Same loot box, same unlocked block trivia section. It's Cast Unlocked. A quick PSA for those of you that watch and subscribe to us on YouTube.
I didn't even know this.
IGN is going to be starting a new channel called IGN Games on YouTube coming up very soon, and it will be the new home for all of our games podcast shows. Podcast Beyond, Nintendo Voice Chat, Game Scoop, and yes, Podcast Unlocked as well. While Unlocked is going to be changing channels, we're just moving on the dial, in a sense, in the old school way. Nothing else about the show is going to be changing. We're still going to be coming at you every single week, like clockwork, same cast.
I guess his Unlocked channel by itself couldn't hold him, so he has to go to merge it all together, I guess. That IGN quality, I didn't even know that they moved. That's and that happened a friggin' a year ago. I didn't even know that they moved. I was like, I went to Unlocked. I was like, oh, where's his thing on it? And then I looked and I was like, Unlocked is moving. I'm like, it's moving? Your podcast is done. Dude, whatever. Anyway, speaking about the Xbox show, what do you guys think that they can show here to make everybody feel good back again and stop having this mutiny?
Man, I'm going to be honest with you, and my personal opinion with their upcoming show, I don't honestly think there is anything they can do to have people jump in for joy or clamoring to go out there to buy the system and the box. And the reason is because Game Pass is the main focus. So with every time they show us something, they're going to tell you we'll be in Game Pass day one.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't exactly know what that means. If they show a new Killer Instinct game and they're like in Game Pass day one, what does that Killer Instinct game look like? And it's with everything they've done now with Game Pass. If they show something and it's third party and there's something they don't own, we know it's coming to PlayStation, Switch, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Over time. And or there's another competition and service out there. So at this point, I honestly think, in all totality, no fanboy bullshit, I think it's very hard for anybody who owns multiple SKUs, whether you own a Series X, a PS5, and a Switch. I think it's very hard for anybody. After the debacle with Halo, I don't see how anybody could be truly excited. I mean, the stuff they would have to show would have to be. I'm gonna be honest with you. It would have to be Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, Pokemon, Uncharted level stuff, and I don't think we're getting that or seeing that anytime soon.
Yeah.
At all. And I just think that we're at a point in the industry with the Xbox where it's when are they going to leave the industry as a console maker and just become a publisher? I think that we need. I think we more right now need to realize that is more of the forthcoming. That's something that is being foretold in a way, and I think the quicker we understand that they no longer may be a console maker. Game Pass is their exit, and that's that service based kind of Stadia model is what they really want, and maybe their games come on, other competing
yeah, I think
platforms
that's the future. People are saying in the chat before we get to GVB what he thinks. People saying in the games that will launch, says the Tool Man. Third parties will be the highlight, says TK.
I don't think that's going to help.
Fable, Everwild, Perfect Dark, dude. I don't think Fable and Perfect Dark are going to show. Maybe Everwild. I don't know. Clue.
If you watch certain things in history, we watched Sega go from the Sega Genesis to the 32X to Sega CD, and they had all these add-ons and all these different SKUs of differentness, right?
Yeah.
Jump to the Sega Saturn, complete flop. They immediately dropped that thing and jumped to the Dreamcast. This is very similar to what Sega did in a different way, where they're like, we put this SKU out and see if it works for $2.99. We got this they're throwing stuff against the wall because they're in panic mode.
Yeah.
The only difference between them and Sega is they got trillions of dollars and Sega didn't. And I think they don't become a third-party publisher because of money. I think they become a third-party publisher because it's more or less like, well, this is a necessity just to be in that software product talk. Who cares about the hardware anymore? And I think that their competitors, which they don't consider competitors. I think that Sony's PlayStation and Nintendo's whatever their next game system is called, they're not thinking like that. They're thinking we can do this as something on the side, but if we can't completely give people a solidified reason to buy the box, it doesn't. It's like, could Sony or Nintendo just be being a service? They could, but they don't have the funds to do that and be sustainable to make the quality games. And people think they do. I mean, they're in two different ballparks. Microsoft is not in this for necessity.
Well,
Microsoft
you
is just
see
in
what's
here to
going
rattle
on
things up
with the social shit. Speaking about like services, you just said about the PlayStation announced theirs, and we're going to do a palate cleanse here. So PlayStation Plus today revealed the games that they were going to have in their tiers and what to expect that's going to be in the PlayStation Essential, or the PlayStation Extra, and PlayStation Premium, some of the classic games in there. Frog definitely had something to say about Jaffe's tweet about this. So Frog, what happened with the Jaffe tweet? What did Jaffe say?
Jaffe put a tweet out, and
I'm gonna see it right now. I'll pull it up.
And he put out the tweet and it said the irony is the only reason people can know how valuable and impressive this list is because they've already played most of the games on this list. And I'm gonna leave it at that, right? Because somebody showed the list and they were showing like Bloodborne, Days Gone, Death Stranding, Demon Souls, Ghost of Tsushima, God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Spider-Man, Returnal, Last of Us Remastered, Uncharted 4, and more. And what I kind of looked at when he said this, I was like, we've been saying something similar to Game Pass. We've been saying, look, they have old games that aren't like, and they're not like just old games. These are a lot of the games in there are
they're not that old actually. Games. Some of them are not that old.
They're well, no. What I'm saying is there's old games in there, and they have a lot of games because of backward compatibility, and there's a lot of old games in there. And it's like, yo, why don't you guys? We said this before. Why don't you guys take in, and now I'm hearing rumors of it. Take all those Gears of War games and remaster it or redo it like you did the first one on the Xbox One generation. You guys didn't do that. That was a missed opportunity. Now I'm hearing rumors that may happen. That's still a missed opportunity. And we've said this before. And I think Jaffe, when he's saying this, I'm kind of looking at him. I'm like, wait a minute. So I did some numbers, right? And Uncharted 4, for instance. So let's do some numbers. Because Jaffe's all about these numbers. He's all about this ecosystem. And it's like he contradicts himself. He contradicts himself. So PlayStation 4 sold close to 120 million consoles, right? Not quite there, but close to. Uncharted has sold close to, that game alone has sold close to 30 million copies. I think it's the best-selling PlayStation 4 game of all time as far as exclusives. And so I'm thinking to myself, well, they got 120 million consoles out there. You're looking at this and saying, well, the only reason we know the value is because everybody already played it. So you don't think Jaffe by any means stretch your imagination that those extra, 90 million people may want to, maybe play this.
Somebody said, like, what happens if you don't, right? Like, what happens if people you're buying a PS5 and then basically you're gonna go pick up the console, sign up to this thing, and you didn't play some of these games.
Jaffe
that was the excuse they used for Game Pass.
Look, Jaffe always says the mom or dad goes into Christmas, they see a $2.99 or $4.99 box, and they get Game Pass. What a deal! But somehow the Jaffe's dismay in his thought process, this isn't a deal. because they're all games we've played. So because of them selling so well, how's this a deal? And that's why maybe
I got you.
that's why I want to hear exactly what his thought
Well,
process is.
I don't care what Javi says. Javi still says God of War's DLC, but here are the games that actually were in here.
Confuses me.
So basically,
hold on 1 second.
What?
Hey, wait, 1 second. Super soundtrack. I don't know who you are, but you can go fuck yourself. You can go suck a cock. You can get the three. You can get the 3 C's that Phil Spencer's talking about. You fucking clown. Go suck a cock.
He gave him the boot. Oh, Jesus. So these are the ones I highlighted in bold here. Like Zuby did this. So basically, Alien Nation, Bloodborne, Concrete Genie, Days Gone, Dead Nation, Death Stranding, Director's Cut, Demon's Souls, Destruction All Stars, Everybody's Golf, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, God of War, Gravity Rush 2, Gravity Rush Remastered, Horizon Zero Dawn, Infamous Second Light, Second Son, Knack, Little Big Planet 3, Loco Roco 2 Remastered. These are the exclusive ones that they have. Marvel Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Matterfall, Medieval. They're also putting Guardians of the Galaxy in there. NBA 2K22 is another one that stood out. Patapon 2 Remastered. Red Dead Redemption 2 is going to be in there. Resogun, Returnal, Shadow of the Colossus, Tearaway Unfolded, The Last Guardian, The Last of Us Left Behind, The Last of Us Remastered, Uncharted 4, Uncharted Lost Legacy, the Nathan Drake Collection, Until Dawn, and Wipeout Omega. Those will come friggin' and then they're also throwing in that Ubisoft Plus that everybody's been talking about. Basically, old legacy Ubisoft games getting thrown in there, which I say never go full Ubisoft, so this is perfect. But these are old Ubisoft games, like all the Watch Dogs, all the other things. And then Assassin's Creed Valhalla was one of the ones that caught some people off guard because they're like, hey, where's that? I'm sure that's going to be in Game Pass as well. But it's just very interesting that PS Plus announced the Ubisoft Plus thing and Microsoft did not. And they kind of got ahead of it since it was rumored by all those folk saying that, Ubisoft is going to be part of Game Pass. So maybe it is. Maybe they get the premium edition with all the future games coming out, but Ubisoft don't really have a lot of future games coming out. But, I think that, the thing that I always said about this, and I have my video back for when I was saying about this service back in November when it was rumored, was basically this platform, by them merging, but PlayStation merging, I tweeted this out today too, by them merging these two services together, now it gives Sony leverage to now take those kind of third-party games, those indie games that Microsoft was getting to kind of pad out their service while waiting for their first party. So I think now that this is kind of a cohesive kind of service that Sony's offering now with 65 million or whatever the hell million they got now because they merged them both together, now Sony is going to, this whole existence of this thing, in addition, if you come back and you look at the prices. Oh, damn, what happened? Well, now my thing messed up. I hate this stupid ass thing. But you look at I just closed it. That closed down my.
I got a question for you, Jazz.
Yeah. I'll go back to
and everybody in the chat. This is the real question. No fanboy bullshit. We know that gaming and the games you like are selective, but I clearly said this. Jez said this. We've said this so many times back when we were playing at Xbox. The quality, if Sony were to do something like a Game Pass, it's the quality of games that if you look at the quality of the list they showed you,
doesn't matter if you played them
versus what's in Game Pass versus that price per year. And I'm gonna be honest with you. The thing that impressed me the most was when they said, hey, if you ever purchase these games and you own it, I was like, hell yes.
That was pretty crazy. I got it up here on the blog.
That right there. So my whole thing is, for those people who love Game Pass, you should be subscribing to this day one.
Yes.
Because the quality speaks for itself.
Yeah, and the classic game, like
quality alone speaks for itself.
Like what you're saying here, it says, this is something that came out of the blue here, like with this stuff there. It says here, also, players who have previously purchased the digital versions of select games from the original PlayStation and PSP generation will not have to make a separate purchase or sign up for PlayStation Plus in order to play these titles on a PS4 or PS5. When these titles are released for PS4 and PS5, players can head right to the store and download them for the consoles at no extra cost. if they already own the digital version of the title. So the PlayStation 1 games and the PSP games, you could just get them. You don't even need to be part of the service to get them. So I thought that was something good. Now notice PS2's not on there.
Jazz, there was a certain podcast on Sunday. They said they were going to put this behind subscriptions.
Oh,
I heard that podcast
yeah, well,
say
Jaffe
they were
was
going
on
to
that
put this
podcast.
behind subscriptions.
He kept everybody in check.
And I sat there and I said, wait, that would be bad to put this behind subscriptions. That's not what happened. They said, hey, if you purchase these and you don't want to subscribe, hey, you can still have them. It's yours.
That's why,
it's
that's why people jump the gun, because this is what happens is that, like I said this before, like what people were doing was they were trying to automatically dismiss Sony, just like they try to dismiss Luna and Stadia, going, oh, xCloud's the best. That's it. Well, wait a second. We didn't even see anything right now. It's like, no, xCloud wins because Microsoft's doing it. It wins. And it's like Luna's shit and Stadia and all the Windows Central folks, Jez Cordons, are automatically just shitting on Stadia and all stuff. And yeah, I think all of them need to get shitted on, actually, because they're all garbage, cloud gaming. But they automatically dismissed those two. Just like this. Everybody heard about PlayStation. They're like, oh, PlayStation Now streaming. Oh, that sucks. Just like streaming sucks. And, nobody cared about that. Now, everybody wanted to kind of dismiss it. Go, oh, no, they're not going to do what Microsoft did, backwards compatibility. So they're doing something like it. Yes, they're not the discs. Yes, it's not fully there. But the thing is that what I always said, when Sony flips the switch, look at these goddamn games that are coming to this service now. And this is the point that I want to make. Look at where they're played. PS4. See, this is the problem that Microsoft had. They spent almost half of that Xbox One generation jerking off, closing down studios, talking about PC everywhere, talking about horse shit, grabbing ass, Sea of Thieves, 2 missions, took 4 years to come around. All this stuff, Microsoft did not release games. Then when in 2018, when we were asking where the games are, in 2017, oh, they bought studios, they're getting ready for next generation. Well, we're 2 years into next generation and still there's head scratching as to where Microsoft games are. So that was a line of bullshit. But what happened was they were not just hurting themselves back then. They were hurt. And while Sony was dropping all these games, Everybody's Golf, God of War, Infamous, what is this? The Marvel Spider-Man, all these games, Shadow of the Colossus, Last Guardian, after all those friggin' delays, Concrete Genie, all these games, Death Stranding. Well, Sony was dropping all these goddamn games.
Yes.
And Microsoft was still sitting around like, hey, we bought some studios. That's our E3 announcement. Thank you, everybody. Go home. Don't let booty grab you in the ass on the way out. Like, that's it. Look at where, and then they throw in PS5 games in here. Demon's Souls. They had a launch lineup. Microsoft didn't have that.
That surprised me when I saw Miles and Demon's Souls on there.
Exactly.
That surprised me.
So, Frog, like, the thing is that generation, Microsoft still hurt themselves for future generations because they had no games to leverage on. And the other thing is, that's why
360 was their biggest.
And they already blew their load with backwards compatibility. They used it to pacify last generation. They don't have that card to play anymore. Sony's just getting started, warming up the gears for PS1, PS2, PSP, and then maybe eventually they're saying PS3 may be downloadable. Sony's just starting, and I said this so many times. Microsoft always tries to do something. They try to do it fast with their big Microsoft money, and they fizz out, and somebody comes along and does it better. They're sitting here now. Sony has this huge-ass lineup of games in this service that costs cheaper than Game Pass. $15 a month. And what are you saying? Well, it's all about first-party, day-one games. Yeah, well, tell me when those games are coming. There it is. It puts all pressure on Microsoft first party.
Jez, I want to ask you and JVB this. When I look at the majority of these games, me as a gamer, somebody who actually plays a lot of games, I can tell you the reason I won't subscribe to the system is because I own a large majority and have beat a large majority. Yeah,
pretty much everybody's golf is the only one I don't have anymore.
But what I will say is, when you have a user install base from PlayStation 4, close to 120 million and almost 20 million PS5s. This is a whole different thing we're talking about. And I would also say this, and this is some Frogstradamus. I'm Frogstradamus right now. Don't be surprised if you start seeing more Warner Brother games inside of this service.
Frog, yeah, they
Day
are right
one.
here. You saw the third-party publishers they got?
Yeah.
And know what else?
Warner
they got
Brothers
NBA 2K.
and
Everybody
small,
was capping
and
for that,
PlayStation
right?
titles.
But Frog, this is the thing is that everybody was capping for 2K. NBA 2K was in Game Pass.
Yep.
Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy was in Game Pass. Now look at the list. They got The Crew, they got Soul Calibur 6, they got South Park, they got Red Dead Redemption, which is not in PlayStation, which is not in Xbox. NBA, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, For Honor, Final Fantasy 15, Control still in there, Celeste, like Batman Arkham Knight, WB game, like you mentioned, Frog, and then Assassin's Creed Valhalla. You're looking at this and seeing there it is. These are the games that Microsoft used as pacifiers because their first-party output has been dire. And now Sony has a platform that if it goes on Xbox, it's probably going to go on PlayStation. So now Microsoft is going to have to do negotiations probably to leverage exclusive time
customer
in Game Pass.
Oh,
so now
yes, they will.
Thing, right?
Yes, they will.
And
So
Buddy
you'll
Cactus,
have
he
that.
goes,
Well-
Jez, PlayStation will have GT7 and Forza Horizon Forbidden West on PS Plus Extra next year before Starfield is even out. Hell yeah, Buddy Cactus. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Sony is dropping games that are selling and then will be leveraged on for the service later on.
There you go.
And that's the whole point that I said why Microsoft couldn't do the same thing. Instead, Microsoft said everything has to go in the service, and you're seeing that nobody wants to be in the service on day one. People want to have their release. People want to release their stuff, get their money, and then when its sales dry up, I'll put it in the service. Why put it in the service? And the only way you'll put it in the service at launch is if you're unsure if the game is going to sell and you're going to make back your money. Therefore, it's not you never lead into the service going, I made the best game of my career and I'm going to put it in the service. No, you would do that if you were cautions that you might not get the sales that you need to get that. So Xbox comes along with Phil Spencer money and provides a crutch for you to kind of as a safety net in case your game doesn't sell as much as you need it. But if you make these incredible games that you know are going to sell, the PR's there, this stuff, you're not going to want to shove it in a Game Pass. You want that thing to sell and make your money day one with full sales. You don't want people to compromise and pay for it all. That's why there are certain games with a certain budget that will go into a service day one, and there are games at a certain budget that don't belong in a service day one and belong later on. This, for the price, it's a great backup plan. It's good for the kids. It's good for, hey, I didn't buy every single game this year, but you know what? Because maybe I was playing something else. I didn't get to Far Cry, I didn't get to Outer Wilds or some shit like that. It's like, okay, because if you look at the cost of this thing, it's cheaper than Game Pass, and they have a year option that saves you a shit ton of money. For $120, you're getting, this is not even all the games. This is just highlighting what will be in there. You're getting over 1,000 games in this thing, 900 games for freaking $120 a month if you want. If you don't want these classics, which I do think the classics are definitely a little on the sparing side. Like, I don't think that they're worth it. And also the trials too. Like, only 5 games in these games, Uncharted and Horizon and Cyberpunk. Who needs a goddamn trial for that game? It sells like at $2. Farming Simulator. Right. Who the hell needs a trial for that? Tiny Tina's World and W2K22, a 2-hour trial for that. So I think the trials are a little limiting right now. I don't think that they're too hot right now. I don't think that's a great thing. And I also think that the old games, I do think that some cool ones in here, like one I would probably want to try out is Siphon Filter. And they also have some, very few PSP games, only Stardust Portable. And then also they don't have any PS2 games in here, but you could see where they're going. They got Ape Escape, and what's interesting is that these are the OG ones that are the original ones, which kind of have a new interface and things like that. But then there's ones that they actually ported over to the PS4 that have trophies and have 1080p, and that's these games that come in here, which actually are, they say in here, which is pretty interesting, that they're included into the premium and deluxe plans. So I think they need a naming as to do that. But I did play Ape Escape, and this is not the whole list. This is just a sneak peek as to what they're doing. But Siphon Filter from original PlayStation will be interesting. and you could buy them without the service as well. So you could get these original games. They're not going to be gatekeeped behind the service. Remember, that was another dismissal, Frog. JB, remember that?
That was another thing that people said, oh, you're going to only be able to get these. And now they said, hey,
nope.
Yeah, you can get these outside. I think
there you go.
I think that
do it better.
We said this before, and I'm going to tell you, this is very similar to what happened at the beginning of the PS4 generation with the PlayStation Plus. When Sony came out instead stage and said, hey, you get PS4 if you want to play online, you have to have PS Plus. Everybody was like, oh, they're doing what Xbox did, but basically everything the PS4 was basically what the Xbox did. And a lot of people didn't realize. Sony looked at the generation before and they said, man, we did a lot of things bad with the PS3. We had some good software, but we didn't have the crossplay. We didn't have the voice chat. We didn't have this. We didn't have that. And they did everything the 360 did, and they were on the same level. So there was no longer a conversation of whether Xbox Live was better than PlayStation Plus. There was parity.
Mm-hmm.
There was parity.
Yo,
and then
Aziza, what's up?
Sony did some things better. And that's the other thing. I think they sat back and they watched what Game Pass did, and they said, well, we can come out and have parity, but we can do it better.
Yeah.
I was going to say, UK, don't count out trophies because they haven't said.
No, these have trophies in them. These remasters have trophies in them. So these.
Don't count it out because a lot of these games did have trophies.
They might make them remastered. Yeah. And Nelson Gaming says 2 classics will be added monthly. Yeah. And they do say that. Thank you for that. He says down at the bottom here, the PlayStation Plus Essential is going to have, that's basically your PS Plus. That's like what we have now. They're going to have the first Tuesday of every month, you'll be getting a PS4 and a PS5 game added to the service.
And I would personally say, when you look at the value of software in here, the content that is in here, it speaks for itself, which is my big thing. I've always talked about Game Pass. They don't have the great software in there. That's the biggest problem we've always had with Game Pass. Like, they don't put great games in there. They're Game Pass.
They don't have them, Frog. They're still making them. They're still making them. Wait, and actually, where is my? Wait a second.
And I think that a lot of people, and what's going to happen is a year from now, we're going to sit back and we're going to say, damn, yes, services may be a bad thing, but damn, Sony has a Last of Us 2 inside of their service. They have games like that. There's not one game you can take this one of these games or even two of these games that are first party and can put them up against Microsoft's whole first party since Game Pass has been, and they don't have the same quality. Hey. There's a very, and I don't think you can put a game like The Last of Us 3 in a service like that and be sustainable. I understand why Sony's doing it, and that's why we get games like Gears of War 4 and Gears of War 5 that come out and they're worse than the previous one.
Let's listen to somebody wise and old. Where is it? They were saying Sony needs to do what Xbox does. 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 And I'm like, why, dude? You should shut up.
They don't.
Because if Sony does what Xbox does, you still lose.
Ooh. You still lose.
Yep.
You lose.
Do you understand that? Who's the wait, Frog? This is a recording. Frog, this is not me talking. This is me talking 5 months ago. Hold on. Because Sony has the games. Huh?
Enough from me. We're going to have the games do our talking.
Jim Ness. Sony has the games. They have the library. They've been building this. They could leverage that stuff in a service. You're still waiting for the games, the promises, the 6 years in the development. Halo comes nuded. And now you're looking at bootleg Joels and all this other stuff, this reboot. And what does Fable look like? And Perfect Dark, made by the stunt double Crystal Dynamics. How's that Spider-Man look? Bootleg Spider-Man.
You're my number one customer.
Right, Times Square Spider-Man. You tell him. You tell him, Grinds, from December 3rd. That's right. This is before Halo turned into Halo. You remember? Halo, it's back. Yeah, my asshole's back. Keith J with the $5. He goes, I love this because now Sony is directly going at Game Pass, which will put pressure on Xbox. Keith J, welcome to the Grindhouse. Exactly what I was saying. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. But that's exactly what I was saying. This puts more pressure on Xbox for their first party. This is timed with the finest of gymnasts and the Herman Holtz quality splits. I'm going to go out there right after they say they can have 2 first party games. They're coming from their studios, and then I'm going to go there and I'm going to show them my Game Pass, my PlayStation Pass, with the quality games that I've been releasing machismo for the last 5 years, and they had no games, and now they still don't have no games, and now I'm going to show them all the old games that's been selling billions and billions with my quality splits and I'm on my yacht with my chest hairs and 3 buttons undone. Jim Ryan, you stinky son of a bitch, I told you about the quality games. I told you, we make these quality games, and now I got more quality coming your way, while I give them the old quality, and Game Pass just goes out the window. I'm gonna give them the quality right now of the new games, and the old games, and everybody's doing splits. Herman Holtz quality splits. That's it. Dude has been making games, and they have new games. This is the cake and eating it too. Oh, and by the way, PSVR, fuck that. Oh shit, they got that too. This is the point.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is they're firing all cylinders, man. If they have 3 cannons, they're firing all 3 cannons. Microsoft has a goddamn limp-ass cannon dick that is just like hanging out the window with a little fuzz. It's the fucking Master Chief cock that's hanging out the goddamn the window, blown in the wind, all flaccid and shit. Sony's out there with 3 fucking cannons, shooting fucking quality all over the goddamn place. It's ridiculous.
I'm interested to hear JVB's his thoughts on this whole.
Yeah, JVB, where are you?
Yeah, I'm actually interested.
Get in here. We're going wild in here.
Yeah, so you're talking about the game, the PS Plus plan.
Yes, the PS Plus service
today.
the
Yeah,
Game Pass.
You're getting really good value, especially somebody had posted, like, as soon as Returnal was put up there, that it just dwarfed whatever else can come out on Game Pass this year. I'm thinking about football, so I said season. But even PS Now, when it in its initial inception, the fact that it had PlayStation exclusives from past and present, it to me was already a better value than Game Pass when it came out years later. Didn't necessarily mean I was going to champion for it, because I like you guys, I bought a lot of games that were already on that list. But for those who want a specific type of genre, like there's a lot of, people on PlayStation that like fighters or play sports games. You can have this service and then dabble around different generation of games and stuff like that. But it's never going to be Sony's main selling point.
No.
Never going to be that.
I agree.
So it's just a good option to have, which is what Game Pass is. It's a good option to have.
But Microsoft didn't do that, JVB,
exclusives.
Right? Oh, I'm sorry.
But that part hasn't happened yet.
Yes, with the exclusives, yeah.
Right.
No, but like the thing is,
which I
what
think the
Game
smaller
Pass
games
should have
you
been.
will see smaller games come there.
Yeah, but Game Pass should have been an accessory to their normal lineup of games.
Yes, that's what Jez, me and you constantly said this. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. We said this is going to hurt the game quality. You especially, we talked about before Halo even came out, we said, what is Halo going to be? What is Halo going to be in a service? And now look at Halo Infinite. And it's sad.
They call it the Netflix of gaming, but if you look at Netflix, it depends on third party. I hate to compare the two, game and movie studios, but you know what I mean. Like Xbox Game Pass has to depend on third party titles. Netflix has to depend on movies from other studios, and then they'll sprinkle in their own exclusive material. Some of them suck. Then you get a few hits,
Yes.
like you get a few hits, like strange. That Stranger Days.
Stranger Things, yeah.
Yeah, Stranger. Yeah. I'm confusing two movies. But yeah, you'll get something really, really good like that, and then you'll get something else like Bird Box. So
yeah.
give or take.
Exactly. It's just the focus on them to drive everything to Game Pass. You see that they had to pivot because You know, they were making like even like you could see the consistency with Xbox has been all over the place, and that's why I don't get some of these ambassadors, you know, or these people, these positivity people going around going Xbox is the best it's ever been, and I'm like, I think they're the most confused that they ever been. They're
Bunch of
trying to
fools
solve problems that don't exist. They're trying to put games where people don't want to play games. Fortnite on a fucking smartwatch. Nobody,
Yeah,
who's
yeah.
asking for that? That's not a problem that needs to be solved. I think that they're so scatterbrained right now on what gaming want, like what people want, that they're not listening to what people want. They'll tell you that they're listening to you, but I think the issue is that they lost focus on the games, and it became more about the service and where the service is available. And games turned into content for a service that they created, and they create a service after and this is what I was thinking about too today. JVB Froggy, it is like Microsoft in 2016, 2015, they shut down Lionhead, they shut down People Can Play, that Play Studio that made that platforming game at launch. They shut down they shut down a whole bunch of studios, not just Lionhead, but they shut down a bunch. They canceled Scalebound. They were in a recession basically in 2016, right? And they were in a recession. We didn't know what was going to happen. And that was the year that they decided to explore putting games on PC, and then talk about Game Pass and being a backwards compatibility feeding into Game Pass. And then in 2017, committing all their first party to a service, which they didn't have a lot because they shut down shut down their studios. Why? Why at their lowest point of game creation did they create a service that's dependent on games? It makes no sense. Like, why at the bottom, at the bottom of Xbox, when you lost your studios, you shut down your studios, you were doing something, putting games on PC, and at the lowest point of your game creation is when you created a service that's dependent on content that needs to be in there. It makes no sense that they did this, and then they spent the next couple of years buying a bunch of studios because they're like, oh, yo, we committed a service, but we don't have any games. Let's go buy some. And that's what they did. And their inconsistencies, if you look, remember they got Devil May Cry 5 in there like a few months after launch. They Outriders last year. They're all over the place. There's no consistency. There's no cadence as to, hey, in March we're going to do this. For April we're going to do this. I heard a whole bunch of people on all these shows and podcasts. They ask, hey, you sign up for Game Pass? They go, yeah, I signed for Game Pass. Like, why are you paying $15 right now? And now if they're not in the dollar bill fill deal, why are you paying a la carte $15 a month right now? Oh, for like, what's coming next week? What's coming next month? I don't know. So you're paying for a backlog of games that you might not even be interested in, but you're paying for the what ifs. What if? Remember that? What if?
To try them.
To try them. You're right. To try them. Like they have not released a proper calendar for you to be confident in paying $15 a month for this service. No service would survive, and this is not going to. People are canceling it. People are going to drop this. This whole Starfield thing was a carrot. The reason why they put an artificial date on there last year was to hold people to sign up for Game Pass, and then they just pulled the rug from under you. They did the same thing with Halo. That's at launch of Xbox. Sign up for Game Pass. Dollar bill Phil gets a Pop-Tarts. It's coming to Game Pass day one with your new console. Wasn't there. And then the carrot. Oh, you got Halo this year. Sign up for Game Pass. Oh, and Starfield's next year. The 1-2 punch, even though they're a year apart. Still, it's the carrot. They slapped that date on there. They knew they weren't going to hit that shit. It made no sense. So, it makes no sense why they would focus on a service that needs games when they didn't have games. And they're still building them to this day.
For over a decade, I mean, sorry. Xbox has been nothing but a lot of talk.
Yes. And people are sick of it.
And we're seeing the ramifications of that. Where instead of focusing, like you see Sony, they come out with news when it's ready. They don't come out and say, hey, we have all this, and then all of a sudden don't say anything about it, and find out that no, not really. It's not coming out this year. We don't know really when it's coming out. Sony learned the hard way. And that comes with experience, with real management
Yes.
looking over things. And that's the thing I said many years ago. Under the same regime with Phil Spencer and crew, the brand would never go anywhere.
No.
People are praising Phil Spencer for Game Pass. The reality is, even though we don't truly like Game Pass for the way it's being promoted, if they were to succeed with Game Pass, which is probably what the direction they want to go, they're going to make more money with Game Pass than if they did bring out exclusive bangers every year. And that's the reality. That's the direction they want to go because they have a service that's used worldwide. So you throw an Xbox as part of this service. Now they have an extra reason to charge everyone $10, $15 extra per year for this service. Even Windows and all of its Windows Word and everything, that you have to pay a yearly fee. So if they can get just like Microsoft Word on an Apple device, which no one ever thought would happen, now you have Game Pass on a PlayStation device. And that's extra money for them. So this is only based on if they can bring out exclusive content, because if they're strictly third party, then it's going to remain on their ecosystem. And they'll probably screw the whole console, the physical hardware of consoles, and they'll just stick to services, which is their bread and butter, especially cloud computing.
Yeah, well, which
generating-
dropped over the weekend,
generating
right?
Money.
Which dropped over the
Yeah,
weekend.
ever since Natalia or Nutella, whatever.
Yeah.
I always get
Satya
Nutella.
Nadella.
Nadella. Yes, there you go.
Nutella.
Nutella.
Spread his ass
Yeah, there he
on
is.
bread.
He made it his job to focus on using that cloud service, Azure and
Yes.
everything. And
Mhm.
he's done a great job of generating so much income through cloud services. So Xbox is no different. In the long run,
Yes.
that's what he's going to see it as. And Phil Spencer is just going to be put into a different position within the company, and so be it.
And you said something, JVB, that I want to touch on real quick before Jazz moves on. I had said this, and I've said this so many times before. I said, if somebody in the industry can create a bad practice and something that maybe people can see value in, maybe it's not successful, and somebody can really come out there and do it well and it's successful, you change the whole landscape. So you don't want everybody out there doing a subscription-based service, and you don't want everybody out there trying to think they can make money like this. Because if Sony, let's be real, none of them are your friends, right? If Sony's like, well, Game Pass is not successful, we can be successful, and they trump Game Pass and they do everything that Game Pass wants to do, that changes the way the games are played in the industry, not just for Sony, for Nintendo, because everybody will follow suit. They'll say, well, PlayStation is successful and Sony's successful doing it. The fact that Microsoft's Xbox, and I guess success is only defined, and I guess the eye of the beholder of what the values. My whole thing is you just don't want any bad business practices. I've always said I don't think subscription services are horrible, but you don't want that to be a way of the future, because I think that it can at some point be something that, especially with Nintendo and PlayStation, they have a catalog of games that they can throw in there if they really want to, and be way more successful than Xbox could ever be. And if they realize they can make money off this thing where Microsoft couldn't, and they're successful, where does that leave the gamer? You know what I'm saying? Like, where did that leave the gamer? Did we get the same quality God of Wars and Uncharted
that's
and
the
all that
concern,
stuff?
dude.
Or do they just say, we make smaller projects now,
Yes.
and because we know you're subscribed and this is the only way you can get our content, this is what we're giving you? And I just don't want something that can maybe can be considered a little bit bad business practice. Then it's not that I'm saying I don't want them to be successful. What I'm saying is, if this is successful, if they can capture lightning in the bottle. Nintendo did it with the Wii, and then they tried it again, wasn't successful. Then they do a Switch, lightning in the bottle. If Sony or Nintendo sees lightning in the bottle, they're gonna go for it. And
Frog, we have an ambassador in the chat, and I want to ask them a question. Frog, sorry to interrupt.
Ambassador.
No, go ahead.
Daniel Manlick. What a name! That sounds like an ambassador name. Definitely sounds like an ambassador. You must be one with maybe 100 gamer score. Let me ask you a question, Daniel. Now, Daniel, that you graced us with your ambassador presence. You must be an elite ambassador with that name. So, you say that the PS paid service is way fucking worse. That we should criticize that, Daniel. Can you answer me? How is it worse when it is cheaper than Game Pass? And why do you sign up for Game Pass, Mr. Manlick?
Yeah, I would like to know that too.
I would like to see this. Please grace us with your knowledge from the ambassador program. Spread that word. Positivity, please. That don't sound very positive. I might have to report you to Phil Ness.
Keep in mind, Jazz, that Daniel is only human.
Daniel, we're only human. We make mistakes. Why are we making a mistake right now?
Daniel.
Please tell me why Game Pass is better. Why is it better?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, he most likely.
I'll give you some hype. Here we go. Here's Phil. There he is, Manlick. Lick those lips right now. You ready? Look, there he is. He got you excited? You got excited right there. I have. Oh, here's another one. Here, when he's talking about quality, man, like this will give you a nice chubby. Hold on.
When I think about Xbox, I'm going to think about quality games. We have work to do there. We haven't done our best work over the last few years with our first-party output.
That's always been a hit on the company on that. Whenever I hear some criticism.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say always.
Like, he's being attacked.
Not to throw mud.
Oh no!
That's a
defend him. What happened, Manlick? Where are you? I want to know what happened. He was getting attacked. Where was the saviors, Mr. Manlick?
I wonder what he prefers to licking a man.
I have no clue, but his name is Daniel Manlick, and he has graced us with his Xbox ambassador knowledge, but he is not asking why.
I just want to know how those rooftop parties are going for him.
I don't know, man. Who knows? That's how you maybe came up with his name. Who the hell knows? I don't know what was going on. But Manlick, you had your you had to be positive. You'll be negative. I was going to talk about the ambassador, but we'll get into the ambassadors. But there's a little thing that I want to talk about. Oh, here it is. Typical ponies trash talking Xbox. That wasn't my question.
No.
Can you hear, Manlick? Do you want me to type it in the chat? Do you have trouble hearing? I see. I don't know. He just says that. Well,
I don't understand.
Good luck. Hopefully, the ambassador program could save you.
Everything's what's funny. Just
save him. He's happy with Xbox, so that's great. Then you belong with the ambassadors. Go circle jerk with them and have a good time.
These guys think everything is a console war.
He's just happy.
They wouldn't.
Is it the controllers, Daniel? Is it the controllers? Not the games. It's got to be the controllers, right? Is it the controllers? Did Phil put in the share button in there? Was that it? What was it? Because it's not the games. We learned that. It's not about the games. So you're just happy with Xbox. You know what's funny is that, thank you for bringing up a side topic, because I wanted to bring this up too, because when I go into these other podcasts and I hear these Xbox fans talk about what they're excited for and what they want to play and what their stuff, when it breaks down to it and somebody actually asks them what they want to play, they go, They pull out the friggin' humana. I don't know. It's Game Pass. Humana. They're like, in their mind, they're doing little hamster wheels of like Xbox kind of like, what did they teach me in Ambassador Camp? Oh, humana. And then at the end, guess why you just like Xbox? I'm just an Xbox fan. And that's what it comes down to. You don't give a shit about anything else about Xbox. Guys, come on, grinders. We know what to put. Daniel, you earned it. The 3 C's policy. Woo! There you go, baby. Hit him with the sirens. He's just a fan. Hey, you want to be a blind fan and that's it? That's fine. Love it. Love it. But don't tell me how I need to love it. Fuck that. That's what got people in trouble. You could do your Manlick podcast and do all your shit. But we got you with the 3 C's. Congratulations, 3 C's. Congratulations, winner.
Podcast be called?
I don't know. I don't know if YouTube will approve the Manlick podcast, but you could try it. You could try it. But let me tell you
I
something.
don't know. He'll be
There
like
it
Prince,
is.
you know. Instead of Prince in the Revolutions, he'll be man licking the glory holes.
Dude, I don't know what's going on. So this is something I brought this up once before on one of the shows, and you know, this occurred to me when I was on. Shout out to Mooch with the Crossfire podcast, and Crap Gamer was pulling his crap, telling about how, and I've seen it again. I've seen it again on the positivity. Like, we're in such a better place right now than what we were. And I came on Crossfire kicking the door down going, explain to me, crap. Because first of all, he was capping for it when it was bad. Like, you know, like whatever. I don't even want to, I don't know where customer. It is. But all I think is when I hear this,
just an inbred.
It's better. It's better now than it was then. Well, first of all, I read the Game Nights. Game Night says Daniel is probably excited for the OPI nail polish and Xbox controller collaboration. It might be. It might be. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. But enjoy yourself. So when people say
more into the little dolls.
Oh shit, they do have the Xbox dolls. There you go.
Yep.
There you go. I don't know.
Everything but games.
Yeah. And I don't know why he says there's 100 people watching. Man, like, can't even count either. There's about 160 people watching. So I don't know what he can't count either. Jesus. No wonder he probably can't count his gamer score. God damn it.
It's imaginary.
It's a nice flat zero here. So let's see how it's better, right? So if everybody could see this, and man, like, you could stay for the lesson if you want, but if you want to go, go somewhere else, you can. So look at this. We have here basically what Xbox did in 2005, right? So look at this. Just look at the release lists of all the games. Look at the dates of all the games that they released 2005. This is the 360 era. These are all Xbox games that were released published by Microsoft Studios, right? Here are all the games. Braid, Xbox Live Arcade, 360. This is 2008. We got August, September. 3 games a month. They had Domino Master, Viva Pinata, 2 Human, Fable 2 pub games, Braid, Fable 2, Seen It, Gears of War 2, Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. They came out 4 days apart from each other. Lips, the karaoke game. Oh, shit. Pause. The Kingdom of Keflings, Banjo-Kazooie in December on Xbox Live Arcade. Halo Wars coming in March. Wow. Gerbil Physics. Oh, shit. That's in March. Uno. Remember Uno Rush? That was when, yeah, talk about that. That was crazy with the camera. Banjo-Tooie came out. Ninja Blade. April 7th, 2009. Look at Trials HD, Shadow Complex. Remember that with Epic Games? All within the same year. Frog, wait, I'm going to continue. Watch this. I'm not going to read them all. Then we had Hexix, Shadow Complex, Halo 3. But look, August, September. Look at the games. Look at how 1 versus 100. Keep going. Perfect Dark. Here it comes out, March 17th. Keep going. Look at this. This is 2010. Just look at all the games that they made. Windows Phone games, blah, blah, blah. Kinect Sports. Gears of War 3. Here we go. Keep going. Forza Motorsport. Gears of War. We got Gears, Forza, Kinect Sports Season 2, all within the same year. And Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on November 15th. And then for the kids, Kinect Disneyland. Gerbil Physics came back. I don't know what happened. But let's go. So now we knew about the 360. We see all the games that Microsoft was making. No, what's funny, back then nobody said they gotta buy these studios to get games. We gotta buy studios to get games. I don't see a problem here. Then Microsoft didn't have all these studios, but they published games. You know, they went out there and funded these games to bring to their platform, right? Look, they funded these games to bring it to their platform. Look, keep going. Look at this. We keep going. Let's go. Let's go now to the generation that people said was horrible, right? Okay, let's go to the generation that people said, the Xbox One generation. What was that? That was 2013, 20. Yeah, let's go here. Look. So, here we go. Max, Curse of the Brother, Plus Play. That was the other company that they shut down with the Lionhead. Max, so let's see their launch lineup here. We had what? In November of 2013. Here we go. State of Decay, Crimson, Dead Rising 3, Forza Motorsport, Killer Instinct, Loco Cycle, Power Star Golf, Rise Son of Rome, Xbox Fitness, Zoo Tycoon. Then they follow that up with Max, Curse of the Brotherhood in December, Halo Spartan Assault on December 24th. Then They came to Connectimals Unleashed on March 7th. Just look at the game. Microsoft releasing a lot of games, right? A lot of games within the first year of their console, right? Publishing. This is all Microsoft published games. Dance Central Spotlight came around. Then they got Fable Anniversary. Here's Project Spark. They shut down that studio, Team Dakota. Right? Master Chief Collection, November 11th. All right? So they got the games coming out. Or just look at the density of games coming out over the year, right? So let's go to when it happened in 2016. So here we go. Rise of the Tomb Raider. Watch this. 2015. They had, look at this density. Look at this stuff. They had Age of Empires, World of Tanks, Rare Replay, Gears of War Ultimate, Forza Motorsport 6, Halo 5 Guardians, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Cobalt. That was another one of those games there. Quantum Break, following that up. State of Decay, Forza Motorsport Apex, Halo 4. Now 2016 is when they start talking about the PC. Here we go. Now they get there. Now they start shutting down studios. There's Record. Now look how everything starts spreading out, right? 2016. We're still in the window. We're still in the window, right, Grinders? Halo was still, oh wait, but whoa, Phantom Dust with original assets. Whoa. Well, the blocks are getting bigger. They're getting bigger now. Forza Motorsport 7. Whoa, they're getting big now. 2017 Super Lucky's Tales. Wow, look at this. We got a range of like a whole friggin'. Look at this. Look how big they're getting now. Bleeding Ass. There it is. 2014. Here we go. Wasteland. Master Chief Collection coming to PC. We're better off now, though. Flight Simulator. Battletoads. Forza Motorsport. Gears 5. Gears Tactics. 2020, not too bad. Sea of Thieves. Now, look what they're doing now. They're trying to put PC. They're putting PC games on here, too. So now we're looking. But look. Now look how big the blocks are. Psychonauts. Age of Empires. Forza. Hey, look how big the blocks are now. What happened? And there's all the to be announced. But look at the density of these games. Like they went from releasing like 25, publishing 25 games a year to like 2. How is this better? And then look at all these to be announced. As Dusk Falls, Avowed, Everwild, Contraband, Fable, Forza Motorsport, Perfect Dark, Project Mara, Hellblade 2, State of Decay 3, Outer Worlds 2. All were to be announced. All. But look at what they came from, man. And the point I wanted to make going through this list is that during this whole time, you know, JVB, Frog, when Gears 2 and 3 were out, was anybody yelling we should buy Epic because we have no games? We need Epic Studios. When they got the Call of Duty maps, were they like, oh, we need Activision, we need games? Nobody was complaining about Microsoft.
Games.
Yeah, sorry, JBV, what?
People were just enjoying the games.
Exactly. Nobody around these years was saying Microsoft needs help. Microsoft 2012, 2013, nobody was saying Microsoft has a game problem. Nobody was saying that. Nobody was saying, oh my God, you know what? They only have 5 studios, but they need to buy a whole bunch of studios because they're in trouble. Now they got 30 studios with that emptiness of games. It's more of a travesty now having all those studios with no output than back then when they had like 4 or 5 studios and were publishing. And this is the point is that they didn't need to buy anybody to give you games, to give you this list, this density of games, all these Connect games. And yes, there's shit, there's filler. They're not all bangers, but just look, the thing is not every game is going to be a banger. Not every game is going to be a 90 Metacritic. But the difference is when you have a lot of games coming out, if there's delays, if games don't hit and get a 40 on Metacritic, it doesn't matter because there's 2 more games coming out after that. When you have the quantity with games coming out, it's not as devastating as you saw when 2 games get pushed from Bethesda and people are going around talking in tongues going, they don't know which end is up now because they have no clue as to games that are coming. Nobody was complaining back then. But now it's better than then. Why? Because they could talk about that they're spending money. Dude, they're spending money to bring you all these games. And what's amazing is the money they were spending was bringing the gamer a game. Now they're spending money buying Activision to pay what? Employees, court fees. Like, they bought Bethesda. They bought Bethesda, and you have yet to see the benefits of that purchase. If that's not telling you something about the intent of these purchases, then what is it? They bought, and this is the bit of shit. They bought Bethesda, and they wound up releasing more games on PlayStation from when they're purchased to on Xbox. That's crazy. How the hell does that stupid Deathloop not even get announced right now? They're really saving that for friggin' this E3 June showcase? Is that seriously an announcement? Deathloop coming to Game Pass? Guys, is that what we're waiting for? Is that a significant announcement that they got to announce? What do you think? Like, really? Yeah, to defend
It's
Bob.
sad.
It's sad. Like, just you look at that list and you're just like, and the narrative was never that Microsoft needed to buy studios to get
They
games.
didn't.
And that brings me to like this fake stuff and this ambassador shit and all the stuff that's going on. It's like, because the argument is that we are in a better place now with Xbox than we have ever been. And how do you say that when people don't know what games are coming and when they're coming and what they look like? Is it showing the ray tracing, the power of the Xbox that Phil talked about, all the technology? Did it? They have no clue.
You know, the people saying this are normally the ones who get free shit. They get review consoles, they get review copies. So to them, it's fucking hunky dory. Oh, sorry, I didn't curse.
No, that's fine. It occurs on you. It's fine. But yeah, you're right. Like the thing, and I think JVB, that's the whole point of this whole ambassador thing that's going on, is that the people that are making the excuses, telling people how to react to try to keep them in line, they're the ones that are not invested like we are. So they have a different perception as to how we should feel. And their job should just be worry about yourself. Don't tell people how they should feel and how they should react. Nobody was talking to you. You put yourself as part of this conversation. People were like, it's like two people fighting down the street, or a bunch of people fighting down there, and then you're just walking by and being like, oh yeah, well they're upset and stuff like that. And then you walk in, you're just like, guys, let's just shake hands. They're all gonna turn and beat the shit out of you. You made them friends because you made a common enemy, because you got in their shit. You can't. And then when they find out that, like, you have no investment into the thing that people are passionate about, you have no room to speak about it. And that's where it's coming from. Now, the personal attacks, that's wrong, all that other shit. But just for poking your head into people, telling people how they should feel, that's messed up. And before I get into that thing, there is something that eases right into this. And I'm going to pull this up, and I'm going to try to get this guy on. I think I'm going to try to get this guy on the show. But, you know, we always got to talk about our Halo. And now that JVB's here, I want them to hear about this. I was watching some video here, and there are these, talk about fake. There are these fake. Shout out to over 167 people watch. Hit that like button. You're going to like this. So, apparently, remember when Halo came out? And it was an overreaction if you complained about the lack of content, the modes, fake outrage. JVB, what, did you have fake outrage?
Oh yeah, according to some of these guys, yeah, it was. I was hating, purposely hating.
Purposefully hating you, they were saying. When you were saying that this is not, Halo needs to have more content. Everybody's like, no, Halo's back. That's the narrative. They did it, right?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Exactly.
The same people who are actually speaking up today about harassment are the same people who told me, "Oh, you're over exaggerating about Halo." So there's no coincidence.
Yeah. Oh, but nobody. Okay, so nobody was saying that you were being harassed about your
Oh,
opinion.
no, absolutely.
No,
Absolutely.
nobody was there to protect. There was no ambassadors there, JVB, right? Like when you just said, hey, you know what? 3 maps in Big Team Battle, no new game modes. This game sucks. Like the leveling system, all this stuff sucks. But they're like, oh, but the gameplay is great. It's great. Stop fear mongering. Yeah, exactly. Compost Smurf. Stop fear mongering. Stop with the fake outrage. Halo's back. That's the article I'm writing. And I want to say, how's that going for you? Because I see all the same people going, Halo's in trouble. Now they're doing the whole thing. Hey, what the player count is not where it should be. Season 1. You know what? Before, man. This is why this is the Grindhouse, because I need to. There are things that are on my mind that I just need to talk about. That's not even on this goddamn board. But you want to see something, and JVB's here too. We're gonna see. Let's see the what season 2 did for Halo numbers. Let's see. So we were sitting around 10,000. Where are we now? Let's see. We are at a max of. Let's see. Players right now, 9,000 people. Peak 9,500. And let's see. Look at that. Look at how wonderful that season 2 is holding up, man. Wow, holding that up. And let's see how it did in the overall picture. When did season 2 release? May 5th? Right here? Right about here? Let's see. Let's zoom in. We went from 9,000 to 20. Okay, they went up about 10,000. And then now it went back down to 10,000. So they lost. Their season 2 lasted a week. It went from, this is checking out season 2, and then it went back down to 10,000. That's where they were before, and that's it. This is what season 2 did for you, Phil. Game is everywhere. 2 maps. There you go. It gave you a little blip. This is what season 2 brought everybody back. Halo's back. Jesus.
It'll get better. Just wait.
Yeah, it'll get better. Season 3. That's going to be the content of this goddamn June shit. But this is the thing. I'm going to try to find my friggin' video now. Where the hell is it? Because he had this video. And, oh my God, all this noise in here. Here it is. Is this it?
Gets boring quickly. Focusing mainly on brand.
No, that's not it. He said, wait a second. Is this the one? Yeah. Okay. So this guy, Roadman, I'm actually going to I'm going to put his link in the chat because I think you should definitely go watch his videos. But he's one of, like I said, about the hardcore players, right? That's kind of all that's left now for Halo is just these hardcore, Halo players that are pissed, right? But get to hear what he says here. And what's very interesting about that whole hype reel, remember when they said Halo's back and all this other stuff? And it kind of feeds right into the ambassadors.
It's about Halo YouTubers once again, this time speaking from my personal experiences and my 2 takeaways from this video that I hope we can change.
Where is
it? I also saw a lot of comments confused about notes. I want to kick things off with something a little bit spicy, so I'm going to start with addressing accountability from some Halo YouTubers, specifically some of the ones who were involved with 343's Forerunner program. Now, if you don't know about the Forerunner
Wait, JVB, you ever hear the Forerunner program?
I've heard of it.
Okay. Yeah. You know where he's going with this?
No, I didn't watch,
right.
But I have an idea.
All right, yeah. The Forerunner program. Hear what he has to say.
Community program. Pay attention because this is an interesting one to say the least. Ubernick, Favin, Shyway, and Green Skull. Now these 4 were not the only Forerunners. The full list of them is in the Halo Infinite credits, but they're the ones that I'm going to be addressing. So
they were in the credits of the game. These YouTubers, right?
You're scratching your heads wondering, what is a Forerunner? Well, back in 2019, 343 invited a number of Halo community members into a secret group where they got to playtest and give feedback on Halo Infinite multiple times in the years leading up to launch. So these guys in some capacity had been playing Halo Infinite since 2019. Now they were and still are under a lot of NDAs, so we may never know specifically what they got to play and see. But to make it clear, they have played Halo Infinite multiple times since 2019. So with that in mind, please enjoy the selection of clips I've gathered here with the knowledge that all the people you're about to see had been playing Halo Infinite secretly for years when they made these videos.
So back in 2019, I actually got invited to be part of a secret council called the Forerunners. Basically what I'm saying is I've been playing Halo Infinite for the last couple of years privately.
We got early looks at things. We got to play test Halo Infinite for years.
Uh-oh. Yo, sprints in game. Everybody leave. All right, that's it. I'm done.
Okay, well, elites are back. Confirmed. Bro, this... Wait, what did that say? New weapon? I don't know what that said, though.
Pulse carbine. No, pick up Commando. It's like all new weapons.
What's that? What'd that say? Did that? I think it said. This looks like a Call of Duty gun.
The armor pieces flew off when he hit them. Spike grenades. Pick up fusion. Did you see that? Pick up fusion coil. And there's a shield. And that's a hook.
He goes back.
Grapple confirmed. Ravager.
Oh, look at the shield. New weapon? I don't even know where he picked this up. Oh, look at this.
What is that? Did it call skewer?
Fake
so keep in mind, this
crisis
is literally my
actors.
first game ever on this.
So I'm speaking like a mile a minute, guys. I'm just like genuinely so friggin' excited. It's been, what, 5 years?
Yeah, you guys are watching my first game. Yeah, so for people who have been here since the beginning, when the new people arrive, kind of fill them in on where we're at so far. That's a really good grenade. Holy shit.
I've gained 2,200 followers this stream, which is absolutely unreal. So, absolutely crazy. So yes, I shall catch you later. Thank you so much. Today's stream, well, I'll never forget it. It's been amazing. So I love you all. Thank you so much for all the follows, hanging out, enjoying Infinite with me for the first time.
Now when these guys see the Commando, or Sprint, or the Fusion Coil pickup, or equipment, we don't necessarily know if they hadn't seen those specific things, overviews and live streams about Halo Infinite, speculating and talking about it like they didn't know things that they did while secretly playing it behind their fans' backs for years. You lied to your fans, you didn't have to, you chose to. But now I'm going to talk about you. You watching this right now.
I encourage everybody to go watch the video, but it's just interesting. So is the hype artificial? Is the hype... Yeah, like it was. It was all artificial. It was all just hype. And you saw the payoff. Thank you for the followers. Thank you for this. Thank you for that. And it got people. It paid in spades to them for that stuff. Like this is the thing. Like they're insiders. They got playing this game before anybody else. They got to see a lot of stuff. And instead of coming out and being, oh, I've been playing this and stuff like this and talking about it, they're like actors. They're just like, oh my God, look at this, incredible. It's like, yeah. Right? It is messed up, man. I'm gonna put the link in the I don't want to click on that thing. But yes, I will drop a link in the oh my God, what's this thing doing here?
I'll definitely check that out.
Yes, I'm gonna put a link in the chat for that video. And go follow the Roadman. And I'm gonna see if I can get him on here. And then I'll put it in the description of the video as well. But definitely go check that out because he's been doing a lot of views. And if you listen to this too, it's amazing because I listened to this right before all this stuff happened with this ambassador and all this thing going on. And what's really interesting is that he says here how he got canceled from YouTubers and stuff like that because of his honest opinion or something like that. Like they kind of like sent people to like unfollow him and all this other, it's crazy stuff. Like this whole, this weird underlying thing that we were talking about earlier with Stein, doing his shit. Like there's like this real crazy type of influencer movement that Microsoft is very aggressive in. I don't know if Sony is as aggressive as in this. Like I think, I don't know. But
they used to have a program. I was in it as well. When I was actually in both, an MVP on Xbox and an MVP for PlayStation.
Yeah,
but PlayStation is less involved with it.
It's less involved, the PlayStation 1.
Yeah. It's basically just getting into a beta before it's released to the public. things like that. Nothing
okay.
crazy like with Xbox.
But Xbox, I remember like you got to play Halo 2. I remember I was listening to you when you got to play Halo 2. They flew you out there, or you flew out there.
Yeah.
You went out there.
In Halo 3, yeah, they flew
Halo
me
3.
out there.
That's what it was. But like,
Yep.
see, the thing is, back then though, they really were like, that was the Major Nelson podcast. It was your podcast. I think even like I saw with Danny posted for Gamer Tag Radio and how what he turned into. My God, like I don't understand what's going on.
Oh, he turned into a freaking robot, basically.
Dude, he did. And what's crazy is that I thought he was more the quiet one. I thought Paris is the one that went off on a goddamn wild tirade. But
yeah.
Like, see, Paris, I listened to him as Uncle Gamer. And when he was doing his thing back when you guys were doing it, he was
With
Uncle
Rodney,
Gamer.
man.
He was all about Xbox. And then he got a PC and he became PC focused. And I stopped listening to him. And then he came back on Gamer Tag Radio. And then he was all about making fun of you know, Danny and the other people on Gamer Tag Radio. I think the girl that they had too. And
Yeah,
like, you know,
Mandy.
talking about how she was like the PlayStation person, and he was just all about PCs and you console peasants and stuff. And then all of a sudden, in the last 4 years, he came back as rah because Xbox putting their games on PC.
Yeah.
And now he's like getting shipped out there.
It's
and stuff.
funny. Even though I lost, because remember I used to be on Gamer Tag Radio as well. But
Yo, yeah, you on Gamer Tag Radio.
Yeah, I don't want to say bad blood, but that friendship between me and those guys are squashed. But on occasion, I'll talk to Paris here and there. You know, at least he and I somewhat keep in touch, even though they all blocked me on Twitter.
That's crazy.
And consider a cancer. But yeah,
that's
it's
horrible.
weird. They all kind of changed and became this weird
Defense Force.
They changed, and they all, and just because overgaming takes
nothing personal, nothing stuff. It's just that you
it's
didn't
crazy.
like what Xbox was doing and just thought this was ridiculous. It's not what it used to be, and you know they're just kind of riding the wave or riding the line. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. I had actually Danny tell me one time that I was creating clickbait titles because one of the writers for talking about games.com put that, and he owned an Xbox One. Put that based on it was an opinion piece, and he said, based on my opinion, my experience with Xbox One, I feel that it wasn't ready. And people, that whole group was on our shit to the point where their lackeys came at us, and it was like an hour of people just bashing, coming out of the woodwork, bashing the side and everything like that. Yeah, they just stood back and watched.
Yeah, because I saw your tweet about here where he kind of went with Jez Corden, and this is the thing that he was saying is that, you know, it was crazy because Jez Corden came here with the Starfield stuff, and he goes like, and Jez Corden, and the writer, he blocked me for some reason. I don't know. I didn't even talk to him, but I'm the better Jez anyway.
Yeah,
he goes,
exactly.
I get disappointment about Starfield being delayed, but this whole discourse around management based on nothing but assumptions is just silly at best. A fake outrage. Same words that they use with the Halo stuff. Xbox has never been in a better place. I just showed you the list. Looking at where it's been to now is just night and day. Well, let me tell you something about Jez Corden. Jez Corden didn't even give a shit about Xbox before he got a job at Windows Central. Before that, he was playing World of Warcraft on PC. That's why even if you listen to him and Rand on their goddamn show, he really doesn't have the history with Xbox at all that JVB has, or I have, even Frogs has. Like, he wasn't around. He heard of 360. He plays World of Warcraft on PC. Then he got a job at Windows Central and became the gaming guy, and then he got hooked into Xbox. So he won't have the same kind of opinion that other people will have. Like, this is what I don't like, and this is where, you know, Danny Pina, of all people, he comes in here and he goes, I 100% agree with you, Jez. I've been there since day one. We have never seen Xbox this organized, confident, willing to take risks, changing the industry with Game Pass and xCloud, having more first-party studios than ever, etc. People need to calm down.
What made me laugh the most is that he was right. He's right when he says he was there from day one, because he was actually at the original Xbox launch party.
Yeah.
But for him, he's been saying the same shit for like the last 3 generations. How amazing Xbox is, and and the last 2, it's all wait and see, wait and see, wait and see. So coming from him is like a considering that he was in this before me, and to see how awful his takes are now is like, wow. You can't trust even the people that have been in this thing since day one.
You can't at all.
And know what else?
You can't.
Know what else, JVB? The thing is that and this is what gets me, is that if you were there since day one, the games that we played. You knew the things that Microsoft was doing with evolving Xbox Live, with those games I just showed on their Wikipedia. How much investment they were making in games and Xbox Live Arcade and 1 versus 100. The Xbox, like everything was centered around Xbox Live and gaming and online community features and all this cool stuff to make gaming social and better. With great games, with Gears and Halo and all this other stuff. And to say that they're more organized and confident, I can't see confidence. They are afraid to show their games. And I remember back on Planet Xbox when we had Rand on there with Sea of Thieves, he said that they were afraid to show the game. And when the people said, oh, the beta's not too bad, then they became comfortable that the game was something to market. They were afraid of the game. They have no confidence. Look at what they showed last year. They have no game. Look at how Sony showed Horizon. Look how Microsoft is just hiding all their gameplay. There is no points of confidence here. And to say that they're changing the industry with Game Pass, they're not. They're buying the industry to put in Game Pass because the industry does not want to go there.
It's been how many years since the inception of Game Pass?
2016, 2017.
It still hasn't done shit for Xbox?
Shit, 25 million in 6-7 years. What is that? That's pennies. They shut down Mixer for less.
And it's okay for Xbox not to be at the level of PlayStation. That's totally fine. And I think a lot of people would be okay with that. It's just when you have execs like Aaron Greenberg with chips in their mouths.
Or touting VG charts numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
He's the one who used to come out with that the 360 time period. So you got the execs talking shit, eating monster, most powerful console ever. And Phil Spencer saying that this is the best launch that has ever happened in Xbox, the history of Xbox. They're setting expectations, and then you have a group of people who are pushing an agenda telling how amazing something is. So when isn't that amazing, people are going to say, yo, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when you get what's going on currently. Like, oh my God, you're harassing me, blah, blah, blah.
Oh my God. Yeah, then it doesn't become about the game anymore. It becomes about
people
people
want accountability. Because as soon as, you know what's really funny? As soon as new, like, for example, which was the dumb thing I saw these people complaining about, when Sony came out and said you're only going to be able to use a DualShock 5 on the PlayStation 5.
Oh my God.
And people were like, oh my God, I have friends. I can't afford extra controllers. It's like, but wait a minute. All this time since you were gaming, we've always bought extra controllers. We just had to save money for it.
It's anything for
And so what's the issue now? And then, when you see something like all these games are delayed, there's no issue now. Right? So it's kind of funny how they jump on certain things way early and then ignore other things that are present that should be talked about.
Exactly. And the thing is too, is like it's just all this trying to get this W, just trying to like oh, so we have it, they don't. And that's why they're all in shock right now with this PlayStation. They're trying to dismiss this PlayStation Plus service as saying Game Pass is better because day one games. And it's like, well, you don't even have day one games. Oh, we will get them. And it's like, but you can't make that claim that this is dismissive. This is actually offering a better value for less, more games, and games that people love and play, and now are in a service. Like, I don't understand like how you could say Game Pass is better right now, because what are you playing? Like Sony is gonna, and I guarantee you, Sony's been doing this. That's how I can guarantee you, Sony's been doing this since the end of last generation. With giving great games in PS Plus. They've been ensuring they've been giving PS5 games away in PS Plus since the launch.
Yeah, lately, yep.
Dude, so they've been doing this, and the thing is like Sony is gonna do it better, and people are worried about that. They like when they're the only show in town. But unfortunately,
You're my #1 customer.
Tony flipped the switch. And before this thing goes, I want to say, Texas Morty, thank you so much for the super chat. He goes, Greenberg ain't talking VG charts anymore. No, that was short lived, dude. You can go back to his whole.
You know what's?
Yeah,
it's just funny that games have taken a back seat.
Oh, of course.
It's the weirdest thing. This hobby, this was the one hobby, and the reason why I got into podcasting in 2005 was because I felt like I can talk with people from all over the world from the comfort of my own home, and we have one thing in common, regardless of our background and our ethnic backgrounds and everything. We have one thing in common, and that's the love for video games.
Yep.
Not the love for consoles.
Yeah, or executives.
I don't know where the fuck that shit went.
It's executives now. It's not even the console anymore,
point
dude.
The direction it's coming from, Yeah.
And
the thing. Oh, and the other thing is, how they dismiss the fact that Xbox has these delays, but then you got God of War, and now they're throwing out, oh, but God of War is going to be delayed. It's like, okay, so what?
So what?
Let's go back to
you should have want it delayed, because you don't want God of War anywhere near Starfield right now, because you don't.
No, absolutely not. And,
you don't even know what Starfield is.
Instead of having these conversations peacefully, like that girl.
Oh yeah, but first, before I get to that girl, JVB, I wanted to just show like what you were saying about people like just being fed up. I'm showing here all the Phil Spencer tweets that he goes, I'm apologizing to fans because I never like to set up expectations and not hit them, but I also believe we're making the right decisions in the long run for both Xbox and Halo and our customers. It's always disappointing to move a date. We're very committed to shipping Crackdown to the level of quality the fans deserve. How did that turn out? Halo was a miss on our part, Spencer stated. According to him, Microsoft and 343s had absolutely planned for Halo to drop with the console. However, in the long run, he believed the delay is for the best. How's that working out? He says, quote, I think the game will be better for the time that we're giving it. I feel good, really good. Wait a second. Here he says, here, Frog. I feel good, really good. The best I've ever felt about our roadmap. But yeah, it would have been really great to have Halo at launch. Well, what's his roadmap's gone to shit. He's diverted his roadmap off a cliff.
And Jez, what I consistently see is a conversation about the plastic and not the software. We live in an age, because I remember I've been gaming for a long time, since Atari NES days, and like I said, and I've said this again and again and again, I've had a Genesis and the NES at the same time, and I had certain games on Sega Genesis and certain games on my Super Nintendo because of the way they were. I had the 64, the PlayStation, I had them all, right? And I think it was always back in the day. It's never really been about just more your loyalty. It's been about what software you could play. When 360 came to the market, a lot of people don't realize that Sony dominated the market because the third party that they were known, the third party was only on their system because they just didn't find value anywhere to put it. 360 changed the narrative, they changed the conversation, and we got games like Tekken and other different games that never before were on any other system outside of PlayStation. And it was more about what software you had, and I think it became less about that as the 360 generation ended and the Xbox One generation came. And I get so confused with people who just they want to downplay this or that. When it came, it didn't matter. Let's just be honest. To me, at the end of the day, it didn't matter what controller you were playing with. or even what console. It was like, if you got the games, I'm buying your console.
Exactly.
That's why I bought a 360 and a PS3.
And I think people
That's
just
why I bought
tied.
an Xbox One and a PS4 at the beginning of the generation, because
Yeah.
they both had games that I wanted.
Exactly.
But we see the outcome of that, you know?
Yeah. And the thing is I think people are hoping for that day when you could get the games that they want on the platform. But the problem is that all you get is these things that I'm showing is the apologies by Phil. This is years, like 2017. Scalebound. It hurt me as well, and I apologize. I want everything we start to turn out great, to take risks, to create diversity. Said that in 2017. This just not this last week. Then he goes again. Here's the most recent one. These decisions are hard on teams making the games and our fans. While I fully support giving teams time to release these great games when they are ready, we hear the feedback. Delivering quality and consistency is expected. We will continue to work to better meet those expectations. Then he goes, apologies for the angst and emotion this caused today for our consumers, talking about the Xbox Live Gold price hike. This is a good learning opportunity for us, and we'll learn from it. But, like, don't you just say, I apologize? You're apologizing right now for Starfield, taking the delay, giving you the quality that you deserve. He said the same thing for Halo. I just read the Halo quote. And he said the same thing for Crackdown. We are committed to shipping Crackdown 3. Remember Crackdown 3, everybody. Anybody, remember Crackdown 3. Just get that in your head and let me read this to you. We are very committed to shipping Crackdown 3 to the level of quality the fans deserve. In 2017, he said this. Listen.
I guess they don't deserve much.
Exactly. 3 maps with cloud. You couldn't even play with your friends at launch in a party chat. I don't understand. He's blatantly doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Talking about how Halo, I'm more confident in it. This is giving it the year. Look at what Halo's like right now. We're 6 months after Halo. 2 maps in a year, targeting co-op in August.
And Jazz, let me say something. This is why
people are tired of this shit.
Somebody said in the chat, this is why I have a hard time watching any Xbox centric podcast, because they don't tell the truth. They lie and they sugarcoat stuff. And instead of just saying it how it is and they want better, they will sugarcoat stuff. They won't tell the truth. When Sony's PlayStation does something bad, I say something about it. When the freaking Switch does things bad, I say something about it. Nintendo is stuck in the past in a lot of ways, and I don't like supporting their shit. But they had good quality games. But there's some shit I won't support with Nintendo. There's some things I don't support with PlayStation. Microsoft's Xbox is in a whole different ballpark because they've created a trifecta of chaos and calamity, and they don't like the criticism you give them. Oh shit. You know, there's 3 C's to everything they do. They don't like anything you give them as far as the criticism, and that the fan base is more worried about the fucking box. And which I think, and I've said this so many complete times, it's not that. Well, this generation, I don't think they create totally bad hardware. I think they have a lot of missteps and they get it wrong. Last generation, you created a less inferior console and the games didn't run the best, right? Then you created the Xbox One X and you didn't really support that shit. Then you come out with this generation with 2 SKUs, one that's weaker than the other. And we can obviously see one of them shouldn't be here, but there's excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse.
Exactly.
And it's like, at what point are you guys going to get it? We don't give a at the end of the day, gamers don't really give a fuck about anything but the games.
No,
let
they
your
shouldn't.
game do the talking.
Exactly. And the thing is too, Frog, it's like when you look at it and then people are like, well, it's just the delay. This Starfield, Redfall, it's just a delay. And they look at it in a little microcosm of a little world. Oh, it's just
they didn't need to buy Bethesda to get Starfield delayed.
But
all
Frog,
they had to do was partnership with them.
Yes, and the thing is like it's just a delay of a game.
It's necessary.
They're like, it's not a big deal. It's just a delay of a game, right? But when you look at the grand picture and you see the issues that they had with Perfect Dark that came out, I heard, that there are internal issues, and the same people that reported those issues and defended, because that grinds my gears about that shit too, because basically the studio's in trouble, but they don't say anything until the news breaks, and they go, "Oh, I heard that. Yeah, there was a discussion between the head people that wanted to make the quadruple A game and the other people that wanted to make indies. So the indie people left, and now they're using Crystal Dynamics to make the triple A game, the quadruple A game they wanted to make." Oh, bullshit. Where was that story before we heard about the bad news? Like, the bad news comes out about Forza trying to do more with less. They don't know how to make a RPG. No shit. I've been saying that since they announced Playground Games was working on Fable. I was like, they make Forza. Oh, but no, this is a new studio. Well, all of a sudden now the information comes out. They're like, oh, well, we don't really know how to do this. We're taking some chances. Like already damage controlling this stuff. And then you look, and basically people are just tired of it. And I said this backwards. I've been doing this for friggin' 4 or 5 years already on this channel. I did not like the direction that Xbox was going. I stated that Frogs didn't like it. We didn't like this compromising of games, especially their first party games.
We had this conversation back when we were on Planet Xbox.
On Planet Xbox, we had this stuff.
And we constantly, me and you got shitted on.
Well, fear-mongering, calm down.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be worried about it. It's fine. Why are you worrying about it? Because I knew where this was going. We saw that it makes sense. When you just throw all your first-party games were the games that defined your system. When you look back at first-party, look at what the Nintendo games do to Nintendo. Look what the Sony games do. Hell, look what Halo did to Xbox. The games, the first party is the best, the creme de la creme, the games that define the console because they are made from the ground up with the console in mind. They're the first hands on the hardware. Your first party games is the representation. Third party does their shit, but first party, you come for the first party and then you stay and play around third party in between. First party is the defining thing that shows all the capabilities, the features, the power of the console. That is what first party development does. That's why it's essential. But when Microsoft just said, hey, it's all going to service, we're just like, I don't know how that first party is going to look. And then they didn't have any games to go in there. And then the games that came out, like Sea of Thieves and all this other shit, it didn't really even fucking hit. And the games got, the quality went down. Recall was my first sign. I'm like, whoa, what's this? This is not first party. What's going on here? And it just kept getting worse. And then look at what they eventually, after 4 or 5 years of talking bullshit, look what they did to Halo Infinite. And we said this stuff. You could go back to listen to my friggin' Grinds My Gears when I only had like 4 people coming in here, and I was just ranting and raving. I had people coming in there saying, why you keep talking about this? Why? I'm like, because it bothers me. Because I don't want this. First off, I've been a fan of Xbox for the longest time. I was listening to JVB's, all his podcasts. I was listening to Danny and Planet X and that friggin' Game of Tag Radio and all that stuff. I grew up Xbox. I had Nintendo and I went to Xbox because I loved the online.
Yeah, there you go. Same here.
I loved Xbox.
I went from Nintendo to Xbox. Still got my regional Xbox.
Yeah, and it's like I felt like they betrayed. They were just like, yeah, well, screw you, the fans. Like, we're going to PC. We're going to put this shit in cons. And I'm like, I don't like this. And I came on this chat. I came here, and I was like, I don't like this. And I had people going, you should stop talking about this. Like, what's wrong? Like, what are you going to do when they do better? I'm like, I don't know. I don't think they're going to do better. If they do better, I will come on here and say, great job. Like, you act like this is a skit. And that's what hurt me the most was people were telling me how I should feel. And I'm like, this is my opinion. This is how I feel. This is how we feel. Don't
Especially
tell me that this is
ingenuine. You invested your time and effort and money into something you
exactly
believe was going to do well.
Don't tell me I should feel this way because this is the line, because this is the PR, because this is who we interact with, or all this other stuff. Don't tell me how I should feel. And you go back and listen to them, because I went off on some. You could go back and listen to the early videos. You can go find them. But I went live and I was pissed because I don't like somebody telling me that I'm disingenuine, that this is not how I feel, because I wouldn't talk for hours on end about something I don't give a shit about.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I won't be sitting on with a microphone talking about something that I don't care about. And then what happened is that more and more people started turning and feeling the same way. They feel like Xbox is losing their way. And you see the same thing. JVB was like that. Salty was like that. Like you see people have different thresholds. And I said Halo was going to be another turning point. When Halo fails, I think that is going to be another wave of exodus.
That's my breaking point.
We're
I
done.
think at this point, yeah.
That was going to be the break. Well, we broke a long time ago, but I'm saying everybody's going to break more, right? Then they're like, well, Starfield. We got Starfield. And then you look. This delay, people are speaking up. That's where the Xbox Civil War comes up, is because people now that made channels promising their viewers, the grinders in here, promising them that's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't listen to the grinds, my gear. They're fear-mongering. Listen to me. I'm telling you, it's going to be okay. It's going to be fine.
Do you remember when, and I said this, and it just is so funny. I said the only way I'm going to buy a Series X, because I knew I was buying a PS5, is if they came out with the Halo exclusive console, and they did. And I said, oh shit, I'm buying. I know you remember me saying that. And I was like, oh shit, I'm buying one. Because I'm a huge Halo fan. And then I told you, when I heard about Starfield, I said, I don't know what it is, but I do like Fallout. I do like Elder Scrolls. I like some of the Bethesda games. And I said, because it's, Bethesda, I'd give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they gotten better. And I was interested. And I said, that's probably like the only game I can think of this year that I'm really, really interested for Xbox. There's just so many Sony has.
Yeah.
And it's not really Microsoft's fault. It's just, I don't think they have the talent level that Sony has. But when it got delayed, I was like, shit. And my whole thinking now is next year, Starfield comes out and it can't deliver. And, I have this expectation that I want it to be maybe, at the least at, Fallout 4 level. Because to me, I think I'd be happy enough. But I would hope it would be better than that. I would hope they have learned. And I just had this feeling like damn, like Starfield could be the last hurrah for me. Like I can.
Oh, Frog, I know you got the last hurrah for you, man. It's like you want to get rid of that console. Like, you're done. You feel like you got shafted for it.
I feel like I just want to put that shit in a box, sit in the closet, and don't even worry about it, and just go out there and search for another PS5.
And I'm saying everybody has different thresholds. So you have people that are like going into these shows and going like, hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And then what happens is that, like, sometimes I say, me and you say, it's like, just sit back and watch it burn, because Xbox is going to, this is comedy, because Phil has said so many lies over the past years, so much smoke up your ass, and people believe him and trust him. Customer. And instead of saying, you know what, I don't believe you because you blatantly did not deliver. And it's not lying like a Jim Ryan bullshit lie. It's not a lie like that. It's lying right to you going, I'm going to give you the quality that you deserve. I'm going to give you the games that we got a great lineup coming. And the lineup then just delays, and he's like, I'm sorry, and then gets on the show and be like, but guess what? Don't worry about the games. I got a streaming stick coming your way, a streaming stick within the first year. It's like, you committed to that shit. But when it comes to games, you don't know. You said in 2019, I keep this quote on here about how quality games in 2019, that was 2019. And then tell me about the pandemic. That's the excuse that everybody, the pandemic. Why did it only affect Microsoft, who invented Teams? Why did it only affect them?
Everybody used that pandemic excuse.
How the hell did Sony get out all their games in a launch lineup?
Everybody's using the way to E3 SKUs. Like, we've constantly
and then E3's gone, Frog. Then you can't even wait to E3. There's no more E3. And the thing is like,
I don't get it anymore.
How can Microsoft still have one goddamn show in June when they got all these games that they've been promising for 3 years, and since 2018, studios that they purchased, and they got one show to do all this one time? Like, you should be dropping shows every other month, giving this stuff and giving people the quality. No, he didn't. That's right. Just wait. He never gave people the quality they deserved. And if you say, Phil, Crackdown wasn't what you promised it to be, people are like, leave him alone. Like, there were development problems and the studio. Smooth brought it up on Thursday's thing. He's like, oh, well, you know what? The guy took the engine with him and left. Everybody got the excuses.
There's always an excuse.
And people are breaking at different ones. Now, this thing, people said, hey, Phil, we don't know what the hell games. Now, I'm going to tell you one thing, though. Be very careful about the aggressiveness that some people are having, complaining about this stuff, because all Phil has to do really for some of them is give them a whiff, give them a little whiff of Phil Ness, a little whiff. Give them a little whiff, and they'll come crawling right back to that son of a bitch. It's very rare when you can get somebody like us where we hold that son of a bitch accountable and don't let up until he really delivers. Because he could just go, guys, I'm going to get what is it? I'm going to get some little game over here, some indie game. And they're like, oh, Phil, you did it. You filled in the holiday. Great. I could wait for Starfield. Thanks, Phil. So be careful about where the hype is coming from, because there's some people that once Phil gives them a little fucking whiff, they're coming crawling right back. But I think some people are really, really pissed off, and I think people should let them be. And this is one of them where Jez, again, for some reason, I don't know why, he came out defending Phil Ness and, talking about this. He goes, oh my God, Game Pass gives me such... He was saying how that you have Game Pass and have a backlog. Why are you complaining about Starfield? And Gaz, who's been going around, I heard him on Lucas thing, he goes like, where are the Xbox Next Gen first party games 2 years into the release of the next gen console? Facts. Yeah. Where are they? Facts. And then the fucker goes back. He goes, I assume you completed all those games in Game Pass. Like, what? A deflection?
See,
he stated a fact to you. And you come back with this.
Man, there's something wrong with these guys.
That's messed up, man. That is messed up.
If the Jez Cordons,
come on,
the Phil
that's
Spencer's,
not right response. What are you trying to do?
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. If the Jez Cordons, if the Kid Smooths, if the Iron Lords, if they actually
Smooth was pissed. I saw Smooth yelling and crying.
Yeah,
he
but
was
if
pissed.
I applaud Smooth. But what I'm saying is, most of these guys champion on. It's not about him being a good dude. It's a business, and it's about you being a consumer and getting what you want. If you let them just do this to you, they're going to keep doing it to you, and you're not going to get what you want. Neither are the gamers. You can't innovate. Look, the Halo pushed gaming forward.
Yeah,
you had GoldenEye, then you had Halo, and Halo pushed gaming forward. And I honestly, if it wasn't for Halo, we would have got the Call of Duties in the Medal of Honors and all that stuff. And obviously, Call of Duty became the big kind of staple in the market for shooters in the franchise of shooters. But what I'm saying is, like, they were innovative. They were hungry back when they just were like, man, they're not that anymore, because they're like, look, $1 trillion company, and I do believe they're just like, this doesn't sustain us. With Sony and Nintendo, we know that their consoles and their software sustain a lot of what their companies do, especially for Sony, because they do other things. Nintendo's just mostly gaming.
I was going to say, again,
they can do so much better, and I kind of wish the people who sat there and cheered them on would at some point say, hey, look, we're huge fans of what you've done for the culture, but we can't allow you to continue to do this because you're not moving stuff forward. They're
not. But then look at where did we just see this? JVB, shout out JVB, he had to go. Thanks again for coming on, JVB.
Most definitely.
So one of the things that, like, then here's the other one. I was with Fonz on the call on Thursday, on Friday on the Crossfire, and he's very pissed off about this whole thing. Like, he's really laying into this stuff. And what's funny is that Rand, again, like, I liked Rand and I like the show, like, listen to it, but like his response to Fonz, they started battling it out. And the thing is like, where did we just hear this before? Right here on this show. Like, he says, Xbox has a problem with AAA games and not alone with just IP. Also with the headlines of poorly managed studios in the last 6 months. See, looking at the big picture, there's issues here. There's overlying issues with the studios. Look at Halo. They got rid of the guy, the day one guy left. The other guy, Chris Lee, left, and they brought in Joseph Staten. Joseph Staten came on to save Halo. If Halo was fine, when people were telling you, hey guys, we haven't seen gameplay to Halo yet, they're like, oh, it's fine. And then they showed Craig, and they're like, oh, it's still fine. It's like, no, it's not. All right. And then Phil comes out and goes, no, it's not fine. All right. Well, Chris, like, there are issues with these studios. All right.
Wait, I just read what Rand said.
But wait, but what I'm saying is, like, look at what he just did with that other guy, Jeff Stein just did. He minimalized somebody's somebody's feeling. Like he basically said, people looking at a gamer score that they're passionate about, and Jeff Stein's like, that's just an artificial fake number. And somebody like made a career on making gamer scores. Here's ran number one here, the man with the million, right? But then here, Fawn just goes, hey, I'm outraged that this is ridiculous. And he uses outrage to talk about the bigger picture about wars in Ukraine and Roe versus Wade and stuff, and minimalizes gaming.
We're talking about gaming, and he's talking about something that's totally different. I mean,
just the word outrage. Like, I don't know.
Maybe talk about war in Ukraine. And,
I don't know.
And racist murder killers and Roe versus Wade. We can do that. But we were talking about the conversation about gaming. He took it to a whole nother place.
Because he used the word outrage. Now, I don't know if the word outrage means something in his there, but that took him on thing. But like, again, and people, and I've seen this.
So we're using the word outrage is considered what? Oh, come on, man.
Using the word outrage is a bit extreme considering real world issues. At the end, it's gaming and it's not that serious. Says a person, the man with the million that flew out to goddamn E3.
I don't even know how to even respond.
I don't understand.
So
the guy made his career off a million gamer score and has a whole Xbox channel. I guess it's not that serious.
The whole conversation is about gaming. Why did he brought in all other kind of topics?
See, and this is the problem that people have. Are you policing?
We can talk about other stuff if we want to, and there's nothing wrong with that.
This is our hobby. This is what we like. This is what we want to talk about. And we don't like shit going around.
Am I outraged that Russia is attacking Ukraine? Yes. But am I also outraged that we're giving money to Ukraine? Yes. I don't think we should support them. And a lot of people will hate me for saying that, but that's my feeling. But there's a lot wrong with Ukraine.
But the thing is that that's not like nobody said anything.
So my whole thing is
that,
we can get into that whole conversation, but if we're talking about gaming, let's stick to gaming.
Exactly.
I don't get it. That's weird, Rand.
It is strange. It was strange that he took it that way. And again, what they're trying to, he's deflecting, but he's also, what he's doing, he's minimalizing people's reactions. And that's what I've seen from this civil war of stuff where people are upset. And then there are people that are like, it's not that serious. It's fine. And I listen to the Xbox 2 podcast. Those guys, Jez and Rand, they lay into Microsoft, but they never said on their show like it's not that serious. People unsubscribe or cancel our show because it's not that serious. But people, I don't like people telling somebody how they feel. If they don't like something and they're upset about it and they feel a certain way, then they should be able to express that, and you should just ignore them then. And if you don't like it, then block it.
I mean, I've talked to Rand before, and Rand doesn't see. That's just odd. That's a really odd thing.
I don't know what went on. You brought up wars. I don't know if people got tapped on the shoulder when they saw this thing because you got it. I'm telling you right now, this whole thing that went down between last week and the whole Xbox Live going down and this shit, the PR for Xbox is got at a utmost goddamn shit level right now. And they know that. Wow. This is after the destruction. After they said, "Hey, Cloud is back." Cloud crashed the whole weekend. People couldn't play their games. Now DRM came up. Then to follow that up, they delayed 2 of their games for this year, and then without seeing gameplay. And then on top of that, they are just now. Sony now just kind of capitalized on it and said, "Here's our Game Pass service," or something similar to Game Pass, and has a whole bunch of games lined up for this stuff. And it is just like. People, June 12th can't come fast enough. And if June 12th doesn't deliver, which the last show shows, like I don't know, man. But it's just people.
I do believe you can say outrage. You can be outraged about something and have the understanding of what you mean. I'm so confused. Like, so now you can't use the word outrage because now it's super.
And they want God of War delayed next, because see here, it works both ways, bro. See, he goes, nobody is screaming outrage here, just having a simple discussion. On that note, bringing up mass shootings and wars is just not as hella weird. And then he goes like this, well, I think it's hella weird for people to be outraged over a couple of game delays. It works both ways.
What?
A couple of game delays, dude. We've been seeing this the last couple of years. What are you talking about? You saw Halo. Halo got delayed a whole year.
That's so. You brought up something completely outside of gaming. And if we were having a gaming topic and you brought up something that was hella different and a whole nother, like, I'm so confused. Like, we're talking about games, you bring up war and Roe
Frog,
versus
look what this
Wade
guy
and
says.
racist freaking mass shooters.
This guy
I don't
says
get it.
right here, like he goes, I think it goes deeper than a couple of game delays. I think it just was a catalyst that set people over the edge, so to speak. The delays are part of the larger picture here. The problem is the management. There is a management issue at Xbox, and they're not clear. They're not transparent. They are confused. They don't know what to do. Look at Halo's development. This is what I mean. Like, people want to just throw Halo under the rug. This is the biggest franchise. This is the franchise that built Xbox. And if you look at what Halo what has happened to Halo, now you will see exactly why there's concern. Look at what they did to Halo. It delayed a year. It came out with missing features with co-op, can't play replay games, no Forge. Then they said, oh, well, it's just a rough beta start. 6 months later, Season 2 drops with 2 maps and a target for co-op in August and replaying your missions, with Forge in beta promised at sometime in the fall. That is over 2 years from when the game was supposed to release. And you're telling me, and then on top of that, Chris Lee left. They're leaving people. The guy who talked about the sandbox day one, they have not given any content for the campaign at all. No side missions, no expansions, no new weapons, no new vehicles, no nothing. The progression system is still broken, not based on skill at all like the previous games were. And you have armor and colors tied to the battle pass, to the armor that you're releasing. And you know what?
Hold on.
Okay.
Holy Spirit, activate. Oh no. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
Yep, that's right. I missed out on it, but yes. It's horrible. And a porno show. That's right, yeah, boy. And a goddamn TV show that could have brought maybe more excitement back into the franchise has done nothing but just made people pissed off about it. Even Benji Sales was like, I liked episode 1 to 4, but 5 and 6, I'm lost, man. Like, it's a mess. Like, this show even discouraged people from Halo. Like, you cannot write this
Oh my
up.
God.
The
That
show,
just,
the game, they killed their franchise, dude. And when you see
my wife,
that,
let me tell you, Jazz, my wife, as she likes Halo, but but as I say, she games, she games here and there. But for her to know that they were making a Halo show, she was super excited about it, and watched the first episode, and she was like, okay. And they took his helmet off, and she's like, why did they take? That's weird. Second episode, she was like, oh hell no. Third episode, she was like, I'm done. Yeah, I'm not doing it. She was like, this is trash, and it's because her as a person who's played, some of the games in the series, although I think to Halo 4 she played, and knowing what the series is about, and then them trying to make something that's totally different. I don't understand what they were thinking for that fan base that grew up knowing who Master Chief was. And like, I think there's a lot of problems with the show, but I agree with you. I think that show hurt. It hurt the franchise worse. It hurt it worse.
Now, what is this? Somebody
The show was
somebody
horrible.
sent me this thing. Let's see what these guys got to say. What's this podcast? This is the Civil War right here. Hit the like button.
I'm so worried about The Last of Us now just because of this, and I'm hoping they don't follow suit.
Oh, sorry, I want to hear. Yeah, I know.
No, go
Last
ahead,
of
go
Us,
ahead.
we'll see. They're showing. Let's see what this is. People love Phil Spencer. Let's see what this is.
The community doesn't understand. Like, I'm just saying right now, if you're going to be out there saying that Phil Spencer sucks and that, this person, that you can do a better job, or, better job this, better job that, I'm canceling Game Pass. I better be able to go to wherever you work and you have every duck in a row, and I should be able to talk to your boss and be like, has that dude been perfect the whole time he's been here? Like, not one falter. I'm pretty sure that's going to be like impossible. Like at my job, there's always things we're behind on. There's always projects being put on the back burner because something else takes priority. Shit happens. It's just what happens. It's part of life. And I'm just going to continue playing games, having fun with the games that are delivered to me, because in my opinion, I have way too much to play right now.
Holy Jesus.
Hold on.
Okay.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh, no.
Holy
Oh, no.
Spirit,
Oh, no.
activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Hold on.
Okay.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh, no.
Holy
Oh,
Spirit,
no. Oh, no.
activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
You're fired.
Shut up!
What? This defense force. Dude, I don't know where this is from. It's some green show. I don't know where the hell this is from. But it's a mess. I just went through the 4 fucking years of Phil Spencer apologies for games that he apologized for, and then when they released, they were still shit. They were still bad. So he lied. You want me to go to the other one where he dude, we could do this all goddamn day. He just messed up. This is just life. Life. They're spending $77 billion to fucking deal with a grab ass and piece of shit studio Activision for God and that whole thing. $7 billion for goddamn Starfield. Hello? These are big goddamn money purchases.
You know, it's funny.
This is not, my desk is out of alignment. My stapler's on the fucking floor.
It's
there
funny.
She goes. This is what she said. Can you lead and manage one of the biggest brands in the world for hundreds of staff? The pandemic affected everyone. Yeah, it did. Even Sony and Nintendo. Why am I playing their games? Like, what happened? Slow and steady wins the race. Wins what race? I was going to
say something.
What race, Frog? What race are we winning here? Because I don't know what race you're talking about.
I'm gonna tell you what
He's
it is.
only
Jess.
human.
Look, Jess. There's a lot that a lot of people say. Like I go hard when anybody, and I'm not perfect, right? Like when Jaffe says stuff, because Jaffe can be iffy. Like when Jaffe went at, when he talked about the delay, he directly said, "Hey, Phil Spencer, you got a management problem." Do you see how people came at Jaffe? They shitted on him. And then he goes on a podcast and he explains, and the podcast tries to be super politically correct, but he's like, look, no, it's wrong.
Whatever your name is,
and
get ready for the big surprise.
But on the other hand, Jaffe, well, he says things and it's kind of like, huh? So he can be wishy-washy. So but I just don't understand, why people can't call a person out when you're doing something. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Nobody's perfect, but the fact of the matter is, I've seen a lot more come from. I've seen a lot less come from their studios than their competition.
Yeah, here's the boss right here. He loves you so much. Here he is. There he is right here. Go ahead. Tell him, Phil. Where is it? What the hell's going on here? Why am I thing not working?
Oh, shit.
Hold on. I gotta reload. Reload. Yeah. Like the guy is taking the Xbox.
Yeah, Jaffe's been consistent with criticizing Phil's management. I will say Jaffe has been consistent. But a lot of people don't like when he says that.
But he's like, the guy can't manage shit.
No,
and you want to know what? I don't know what he actually manages. All I know is that he's been promoted twice to CEO of gaming, and he has a Matt Booty there that's supposed to be doing quality studios, and they haven't released quality. Thank you for subscribing, Jonathan. New grind, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, this is what your ambassador leader thinks of you.
Because since I'm controlling everything here, Starfield.
Yes.
What's up?
I think it's gotten really good hype for a game no one's seen.
Okay.
That response being pretty.
Because since I'm controlling everything here, Starfield.
Yes.
What's up?
I think it's gotten really good hype for a game no one's seen.
Okay.
That response being pretty.
Because since I'm
there he goes, laughing at your ass. You're hyping up a game and you see, here's Miss Chief getting some ass over there. But Phil says, "Oh, I want to release games every 3 quarters and all the you guys. I'm happy about what
That
I didn't
sounds
show
good.
you. Like, come on, he's been doing this for friggin' years already. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So where is the But he spends money and people basically are excited. Like they're like, oh well, Phil's spending money, so I love him. Like it's great. You know, Frog, I'm gonna have to read you the terms and conditions of the Xbox Ambassador here. This is the terms and conditions of the Ambassador program. Hit the 3 C's there. Frog is gonna be read his rights, his things here. Frog, this is number 1 right here. This is the one that really is the trouble. It says here, here it is, Frog, right here. Article 2, form number 3. As the Xbox ambassadors who are creating content, you need to comply with the following. Do not use profanity. Do not, this is the big one. Do not insult or abuse Xbox, Microsoft, third parties, partners, or competitors in any way. Do not insult Xbox. You must adhere to that. What kind of rule is that? So as an ambassador, you cannot say if you really don't like something that they did, you cannot insult Xbox. I didn't know Xbox was a person. Or abuse them. So that means like those people that take the Xbox and smash it with a hammer, they're not ambassadors. I don't insult their competitors in any way. Excuse me? So you tell me the ambassadors can't talk shit about Sony because I think they're violating this rule all over the fucking place. Do not insult the competitors. Mm-hmm. All statements must be factual and substantiated. It's ridiculous.
That's definitely a lie.
The mentality of not.
So nobody should be an ambassador at that point because all statements should be substantiated and factual. There's a lot of lying.
Lying.
Oh, bullshit.
Frog, you know how desperate it is that if a $1 trillion company is not delivering content for their platform, somebody says to you, well, who are you to criticize them? Do you do your job perfectly? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You are a consumer. Would you go to a restaurant if they're not serving you food? You are a customer. They are providing you a service. I want to know if you do that anywhere else. Like, if you're paying for something and you don't feel that is value, you feel good about yourself? You pay over $100 for something that's worth $10. Do you feeling good about yourself that you worked for that money and you just wasted $90 of it because it wasn't worth the $100 that you paid? Does that make you feel good that you worked for that money? How about you providing? You work for that money. You take your family out on a vacation. You pay $300 a night for a hotel room. You go into that hotel room and it has fucking cockroaches in it and bed bugs. And your family gets all that shit. Do you go, oh, just had a bad day? You try cleaning you try cleaning with the cleaning people. You try cleaning and maintaining a hotel. Well, I scratched my ass because I got bed bugs on them. And you spent $1,000 on that thing and you took your family out to a shit show of a hotel. Do you go, if you go back and go, oh, you try running a hotel. See if you could do better. It's okay that I got shit crawling on my ass. The hell out of here. Well, what's wrong? Oh, I got so many games. You got so many games to play. Okay. That's a fucking humdinger right there. Don't insult the bedbug. Don't insult the hotel. They had a tough job. It's hard. Can you do better? Can you run the Marriott better? What the fuck? Like, what's wrong with you? That's your best defense to no games. That's your defense. No, I got plenty of games. I got a huge backlog. Then why are you on a podcast hyping up all the bullshit and telling them Microsoft should buy? Then I guess you're not excited. I better not go on that channel and see a motherfucker excited about Activision purchases and Bethesda. He shouldn't be excited about any new games. I hope that channel does not get excited for new games. I hope he's not excited for the show on June 12th. I hope he's not excited for Avowed. He shouldn't be excited for Avowed, Perfect Dark, because you got so many games to play. I guess on that channel, there is no hype for the purchases of the studios or any new games coming to Xbox.
This is
right, bro.
We live in a different. We live in a different
such a
time,
backlog.
man.
There should be no hype for new games then.
Whatever your name is,
kind of like
it's ready for a big surprise.
Let it
burn. That's what I say. You know, shout out to Dave Vega. He just joined the Grindhouse. Thank you, Dave. Let me tell you something right now. Grinders, they're the ones that need to do the fucking gymnastics. We don't. Frog and I don't have to do a friggin' pep talk on going, how do you feel today? You feel like that? You feel, what are we going to say today? No, we don't. Those clowns, those 3Cs on those fucking shows, on the Twitter, they're the ones that need to think and spin and look stupid at saying one thing and doing another. They're the ones that are not true to themselves, and they're the ones that are fucking fake. That's the thing. They're the ones that need to learn how to spin something. I don't need to spin shit. I tell you exactly how I feel. That's why you subscribe. That's why you come here and listen to us for 3 hours. Because we tell you how we feel as consumers. I don't like shit. I'm going to tell you I don't like shit. I'm not here running around with PlayStation hats, you know, going bonkers on everything's blue, everything's great. No. But PlayStation is delivering great games. Don't tell me that that's not the future. Don't tell me the cloud and playing some bullshit on a watch. You want to see one like you look at this shit. And again, I show you articles. I show you tweets. I show you interviews. I show you YouTube. I show what I said 4 years ago. This is the thing. This is not just all like hopes and promises and dreams and shit and whole blah, 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 blah. You want to see some fucking crazy shit? Look at this. I almost fell out of my chair. Where is it? Where is it? I think this is the thing that started the Xbox Civil War right here. Where is it right here? This guy. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. Oh my god. There's Dead Man Walking. There's another clown.
I like hyped up game. Okay, yeah, Starfield's great. Obsidian, amazing. I actually think Xbox is going to have a hell of a 2022. I think they're going to absolutely smoke Sony until Sony get their act together right now. I think the PlayStation is kind of dead man walking.
Oh, wow.
I like hyped up game. Okay, yeah, Starfield's great. Obsidian, amazing. I actually think Xbox is going to have
activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit,
no.
activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
Oh my god. Yeah. There it is. Playing Fortnite on a phone, this guy. Fortnite on a watch, not even a phone. She did jinx him. And she's like, I'm sorry for what I said. Yeah, maybe I was wrong. The thing. You're the one that has to stay. Because don't bet on green. You don't. Phil has not delivered over the last year. I don't know why people still believe that they're waiting for that day. Game Night, thank you so much, Super Chat. He goes, I don't need to be excited for Spider-Man 2 or Wolverine or God of War. Because with the new PlayStation Plus service, I could play hundreds of games, old games as well. Yay! You better not be excited about new games because you have such a backlog of old-ass shit. Well, if you are an Xbox channel, I would assume all those old-ass games you played already because you're a fucking Xbox fan, right? Yeah, that's where your story drops, I guess. Because I don't understand how you're a hardcore Xbox fan and all that fucking shit in Game Pass you have not played already. I don't get it. Thank you, Game Night. Yeah. So I don't know what backlog you're talking about because, what, did you miss Gears 1, 2, and 3? Did you miss Halo, Master Chief? Did you miss any of those big games that are in Game Pass? Or are you talking about the fucking indie games that really nobody gives a shit about until they're in Game Pass? Come on. Who are you fucking around with? I assume you're not excited about new games. I want to see. Then I even heard, then there was the other guy, even, Frog, I know you heard, like, Lord Cognito even was wild. He was trying to say, on that show, I don't know what show he was on, but somebody put a clip of him saying that they need to show an acquisition of studios at this showcase to win back people.
Oh, man.
I'm like, what? Are we still buying studios to satisfy, like, we're done that shit now. We need to see what the games are from these studios. We can't keep talking about acquisitions being equal to games to get morale back. Like, I don't understand it, man. Why is it everything but the games? Why? You want to know what, though, Frog? Know what's so interesting is I could tell you why. I can answer my own goddamn question, Grinders. Because if you just remember 6 months ago, go back to when Forza and Halo came out. Oh, they were all talking about Xbox is back. The games are here. Sony don't have the games for the holiday. They were talking games then. So there's your fucking answer. Xbox has no games, so the conversation is not about any games. Oh, but when Xbox dropped Forza Horizon and Halo, they were quick to spin around to PlayStation and go, "Where's your holiday game?" And I said, you guys, you have no place to talk. I know you've been holding up this pent-up energy because you've been ragged on for no games, and finally a game comes out that's been delayed. And now, just play your game and shut the fuck up because you're digging your own grave with your own shovel. But they didn't. They like, PlayStation doesn't have a lineup. Ha ha ha. We're the best publisher. Even though the game wasn't even, that's how you really know. The game wasn't even on your platform, but you're cheering for it because it got a high review. You don't even know if that game is coming to Game Pass. I want to know who's going to play it when it comes to Game Pass. But you were talking games then, right? When Halo came out and Forza, then you were saying, well, Sony don't have games. You brought it right back over there. And I said, shut up. You don't know what you're doing. And what happened? Crossfire X came. They dropped a whole bunch of shit. Did the stream go down? Did I hit something?
It's sad. No, it's still here.
Oh.
As far as I know.
Yeah, they got hit with the shovel. Exactly. And it just, again, like, it's just, you dug we got Starfield. We don't need Crossfire X. We got Stalker 2. Well, Stalker 2 got delayed. We don't need Stalker 2. We got Starfield. And know what's funny is that this is the most Redfall has been discussed. I was doing shows just 2 weeks ago saying, guys, did you hear anything about Redfall? I was like, nobody's talking about Redfall. It's summertime. Nobody's even asking Phil, hey, Phil, where's Redfall? Like, do you have any sneak peeks? Like, hey, Greenberg, how's Redfall coming? Not one person was interested in Redfall. But then it gets delayed and everybody's like, oh, Redfall. You remember? But nobody was asking about it. Nobody gives a shit about Redfall. It was Starfield that got delayed. And the fact that they delayed them both in the same goddamn paragraph is hilarious.
Oh my God, Jess.
But you know what?
Look what I just sent you. Look, so somebody, this Kelly, oh my gosh. This girl says on Twitter, she says, enough of the console war and gatekeeping of gaming community. Do you play games? You're a gamer. Do you watch games? You're a gamer. Do you discuss games? You're a gamer. You're a part of the gaming community regardless of your platform, time played, or skill level. And she has a green heart. I'm so tired. Oh my gosh, man. Global games marketing at Xbox.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? See that? There's something wrong.
This whole Frog, it's this inclusion.
Imagine if these people had to fight the next war to save something in our country. We'd be done for. We'd be done for.
How you watch games?
God.
You're a gamer. What? You watch games to buy games and play games. How can you not play games? Like, I don't think anybody.
Look at that bullshit.
I don't get it. This is what's, and this is the mentality that's going on, because look, this is not no fangirl. Click on it, look at it. Here we go. Global games marketing at Xbox. Sometimes a streamer. There you go. Global games marketing. This whole kumbaya horse shit at Xbox is gonna be their demise. Because it has gone to the extreme. Like, it's making terms and excuses for where it doesn't belong. Like, you're using the word gamer as like the pronouns now. It's like, oh, I could call myself a gamer no matter what I do. And it's like, what? I don't get it. Like, this is not good. This is not a good look. I watch. Sergeant says he watches porn. He's a porn actor. I watch football. I'm an athlete. I just watched a Rangers game last night. I'm a Ranger. I scored the goal last night in overtime.
Yeah, you're a goalie.
I'm a goalie. I watched the Rangers game last night in overtime. Let's go Rangers. I scored the goal.
Man. There's something wrong with this world.
I sat on a plane. I was a passenger on a plane. I'm the pilot. Like, what the fuck? This is the logic that they got over at Xbox. This sort of like, you don't need to be like, just like, know what it is? Know what it reminds me of? It is utter desperation to try to make the brand look appealing, because they can't do it with the fucking games. The girl said it herself. She liked that they had custom controllers and not the games. But you're trying to put you don't go to the source of gamers, where gamers conversation, and there's an intense conversation about gaming going on. You don't poke your head in there if you're just like, well, I'm a gamer. I just watch somebody play games. Like,
so now that I've seen people with stupid stuff. So like, if you like Xbox and you like Halo, but you feel like what they did was Halo's wrong, and you speak out about it, you're toxic and
exactly that's negative.
Oh my god!
Remember, that was fake Frog. That was fake outrage. When I was saying about Halo and that's just fake outrage. Halo's back. What are you talking about? And it's like, and then look at the same people, the Paul Tassis, the Gene Parks, all these guys are like, oh shit, Halo's in trouble, man. And everybody's like looking like, you were a fucking fool 6 months ago when we said Halo was not that, man. Calm the fuck down. And you did all your puff pieces and the holiday. And did it.
When shit hits the fan and the world is freaking in turmoil where you have to fight for your life, I don't want you in the same bunker for me, because you're going to sit there thinking you have to do nothing and that you don't have to participate in anything. And I don't know, man. These people are
But know what's
idiots.
funny, Frog? That's funny. Just Wait just brought that up, too, about the Phil video. Know what's funny is that you could classify yourself as a gamer doing not even playing games, but you can't but you don't know how to run a studio because Phil is human. It's like, oh, I could say I'm a gamer no matter what the fuck I do. But if I criticize the management over at Xbox going, what's going on? Where are the games? They promise things that are not there. I can't classify myself as
you're toxic.
Knowing that. Now I'm toxic. Now guess what? I can't say, well, now you come back with your positivity and hit me with your fucking Care Bear stab bullshit and tell me like, oh, well, you try running the fucking studios. Oh, really? But meanwhile, I could go take a shit in a fucking Dave & Buster's and call myself a gamer. Fuck that Care Bear stab bullshit. Like, there's a time to be nice, and there's a time to be critical. And when you've been paying money and sucking that fucking Phil Spencer, Phil Ness bullshit, and paying money for shit, and watching a brand just go downhill and shit on their best franchise, and you have something to say. Oh, that's negative. What do you know? I got 185 people in this fucking chat, and they think that's positive. That's the way we should be going. Halo should be better. Why is that not seen as positive for Halo? Because Halo's not good right now. But for me telling all you people in the chat, over 190 people, hit that like button, but telling you, Halo's great the way it is.
Jazz, that's like you own your Tesla, and then Another Tesla comes out, but it's worse than your Tesla. And then the next one comes out, but it's worse and has less features. You're gonna be like, what the hell? You would complain about that as a Tesla
You
owner.
can't
but
complain.
now people tell you, "Don't
You're a Tesla
complain
hater.
about it."
Elon Musk takes your car back.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, don't complain about it. It's just because you own a Tesla doesn't mean that everybody's Tesla has to be, just because you got less features. Yeah, but if less it is worse. So why would you want everybody to have something as good as you have? But nah. You're toxic now because you want people to get something better.
I love I love that they police what is positive and what is negative. That's the problem. Like you want to gatekeep. Use your own goddamn words on what's positive and what's negative. Who are you to determine what's positive and negative based on your opinion on what's positive and negative? You can't tell somebody what's negative and what's positive. Like I said, if I'm sitting in here saying Halo's great, guys, Halo's the best it's ever been. Wow, that sounds positive. But guess what? You go play it. You say this game fucking sucks. Now it's like, you know what? You lied to me. That's negative. You lied to me about that. Now, if I say, hey, Halo is not good the way it is, it needs more content, it sucks the way it is, that's negative. But when you guys hear that and go try it and go, shit, Grinds Jez is right, Frogs was right, actually, it's positive. If I say, guys, don't buy this game because it is not there, it's a service-based game that needs more content, don't spend $60, you don't go spend $60 and go, wow, that podcast was right. Now, to her, that might be negative because I'm shitting on Halo saying it's not good. But I just saved you $60 saying don't get it because, in my opinion, it didn't have what it needed. You are going to be like, oh,
whatever your name
that
is,
was negative.
Get ready for the big surprise.
That was negative. No, it wasn't. It was advice that turned you to save money. That's the difference. So she should not be saying what is positive and what is negative. Who's a gamer and what's a gamer? Like, defining yourself. Thank you for subscribing. Rashid Jenkins, thank you. Positive. Yeah, positive. Like, you may agree, you may not agree. But this whole, like, it's positive if it's good for Xbox and Phil Spencer, but it's negative if it's anything but. It's wrong. And know what's funny is that the same people that are saying that there's no management issue, it's fine, are the people that do bring up that there's management issues going on there. It's just that today they decided not to partake in it, probably because everybody was partaking in it and they didn't want to contribute to that. See, that's the issue at hand, everybody. The issue at hand is public perception. So this happened to me. And I think Frog as well, but like I was trying to do this thing, and the thing is that what happened is that the criticism was perceived as like, guys, Xbox is already down. You don't need to go out there and echo how down they are. Don't bring attention to the man behind the curtain. Don't say more stuff that needs to be said. Put it under the rug because we know that they did some they're not bringing the games, okay? They're not bringing the games. But you don't have to go out there and amplify it. And then more people now, and you got PlayStation fans that love this shit and stuff like that. And that's the thing. Like, so PlayStation fans like this. Like, there's shit going on, and it is what it is. Because we gloried when PS3 had a home, and basically PS3 was like, go get second jobs and all that other shit. Like, everybody has their fandom. It's going to attract the other party. But that shouldn't be a way to kind of subdue the person from expressing how they feel if they don't like something. It's like, yo, you can't be saying that. Why? Well, because you're an Xbox guy, and if you say that, and if you don't agree, well, then people are going to say, wow, this must be really serious because this big Xbox guy doesn't like this. You just need to hold your own. Just let it go by. Just let it go. Don't draw attention to this. And that's the social media problem. That's the shit. They don't want more attention drawn to it. They want to kind of let it go. Because it hurts the perception. It hurts the public opinion. That's why I said when I did this thing, I was not going to, I wouldn't have to come on a show and have to learn and go, how am I going to twist this one? Like, no. That's the thing. Exactly. Josh says, Jez, you can have an opinion if everyone is positive. That forces complacency. Exactly. Oh, it's fine, and then it's not fine. And then Sony does something. Exactly. If you watch games, you're a gamer. But I don't have to. We don't have to come up here. This is Frogs who he is. This is who I am. And who I bring on here. This is who they are. And that's the thing. Just say how you feel. I'm not going to tie into no friggin', even though Frogs is an ambassador. You know Frogs is an ambassador.
Yep.
Not going to out here and kiss ass and do all this stuff. For what? Uh-oh. Thrash is already on it. Thrash is already looking up gamer tags. Holy shit, dude.
Hey,
you
man,
don't play Frog. Thrash.
He's not playing.
She has an hour in Psychonauts, too.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know. You want to know what? I'm wondering if, like, this thing came up about, like, from the Mixer stuff. Because, like, that Mixer community, they gave a shit about you dudes. You know? They gave a shit about you, man. They abandoned all those Mixer people. I'm wondering now they kind of like came in and they huddle up. They're like, guys, we're going to have this positive community and with positivity and all this other stuff. It's ridiculous. Shout out to Chris Righteous, man. He says it right here. Say something dumb or questionable on Twitter. Folks hold you accountable and call you out. Then you become a victim and claim harassment while saying PS fans are the worst. White knights and simps run to protect you. Rinse and repeat. Shout out to Chris Righteous, man. Salty podcast guy. Like, exactly. It is what it is, man. Like, this is what they're doing. The whole community is getting exposed. And you want to know what? They can't damage control it fast enough. They can't. Because now we're realizing that all these check boxes and all this stuff on Twitter. What's up, DeFloyd? All these check boxes and all this stuff on Twitter are all just people that don't have any investment into the games that you love. So they're not going to have the same reaction that you do. So when you're pissed off about something, when you're like, where are these goddamn games? Somebody's telling you it's not that important. Calm down. And then you go, well, aren't you worried about the games? No, I'm fine. And then you go, look, it's like you don't even play games. I watch them. Well, therefore, you're not going to know how I feel. You know, isn't the Frog the most insulting thing is somebody is like lost something and the first person comes up to you and goes, I know how you feel. Then that kind of makes you feel like less of a, right? Isn't it like the worst thing to say to somebody if they're upset or distraught? Somebody comes in and instead of consoling them, they go or understanding that, they come and go, oh, I know exactly how you feel. You'll get over it. It'll be fine. Don't you just want at that moment knock them in the face?
Yes, it pisses me off.
You don't do that. And this is kind of the Twitter version of that. People are expressing how they feel, and they're these police that don't care about gaming. All they care about is that the message is made. The Phil Spencer, Phil Ness is it hold to. The rules of the land. We shall not speak ill of Phil Spencer or his job or his colleagues, as he is our Lord and Savior. It's disgusting that this person is how, and this is the, and because of that protection that he has, because I don't, you want to know what's funny is like, nobody loved Xbox because of Jay Allard or friggin' Robbie Bach or Seamus Blackley. No. Nobody signed. I didn't sign for an Xbox because of Ed Freeze or Shane Kim or any of those friggin' people or Donnie D. Like, I didn't buy an Xbox because of them.
Nope.
And that's when they were delivering games. Like, I didn't care. I wasn't like, thank you, Jay Allard, for bringing these games. Thank you so much. I love Xbox because Jay Allard's there and Robbie Bach. You mention these names and people are like, who? Exactly who? They were all the executives and creators of Xbox. I just knew of them because I read the book. And they launched the Xbox. But I wasn't out there going like, oh, I bought an Xbox because of them. Now,
no.
It's Phil says I should get it, then I should buy it. Like a goddamn drone. Yo, what's up, Chris? I just read your tweet. Exactly. Phil is the exclusive. Yep, I just read out your tweet about this whole thing, how disgusting, how ridiculous this is. But exactly, he has fostered a cult to not be able to critique him. Oh, wait a second. Pull up Phil's tweet about the delays and then look at the first comment. I will. Hold up. What, the Bethesda delay, Nick? With the Bethesda delay?
Yo, what up?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing? Yo, I saw your tweet. It's wild.
Yeah, no, I mean that's exactly the, that's how it goes nowadays with these gaming journalists.
Journalists, everybody, dude. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They don't really play games like that. So, but it's easy to be accepted in the industry when you don't play games like that, right? Which is whatever, right? It's whatever it is. But because they don't play a lot of games, they have stupid takes. They don't have experience and stuff like that. So what happens is they come out with a either dumb or just not even a dumb take, just a questionable take or a take that people may not agree with, right? And what happens is people will call them out or tweet them or quote tweet them and stuff like that. And when they get a whole bunch of it because their tweet is going viral, they take it as they're being harassed and they try to play victimhood and this is the worst day of my life. Yo, if people disagreeing with you on Twitter, right, is the worst day of your life, like that shows you how privileged and sheltered you really are.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I was deployed in Afghanistan for an entire year. You're not gonna tell me I've seen people be way more happier with way worse conditions in their lives than, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, then that's what happens, right? They say something dumb, people call them out, right, and it goes viral. So as more people see it, more people call them out. Then they claim victimhood. They claim that they're being harassed. When you look at the comments, nobody's really being super crazy. Yeah, you may have some people crazy, but most people were just like, nah, what the hell are you talking about? Like, there's no games. You know what I mean? And then now when they look through her profile and expose her for not even playing games, she had 9,000 gamer scores. Bro, I had an Xbox One when it launched in 2013, and I got rid of it in September of 2014. And I had completely restarted my account, and I was close to like 7,000 or 8,000 gamer score in that short amount of time. You know what I mean? Wow. So it's it's like you barely playing any of these games. She admitted to not even being into Xbox because of their games.
Nope.
So how the hell are you gonna tell people who are into Xbox, who are into their games, that they shouldn't complain about the lack of games? Of course you're not gonna complain because you don't play fucking games. You don't play the games, so you're not gonna complain about the lack of games.
I know.
But the people who actually plays the games, they're the ones who complaining. What the hell is going on, Microsoft? There is no reason why you have the most studios out of everybody, and yet you're in a position where you're going an entire year, right? Maybe even more than a year, maybe a year and a half. Who knows? Of literally no games. Literally no, like the meme literally became true. Xbox really has no games for this year. So it's just like these people, and you can't be like you're all in the gaming community and stuff like that if you don't really truly understand how gamers feel and how gamers will respect other people's opinion when they're in the gaming. If you're in the gaming, right, play your goddamn games, or just talk about the games that you actually do play. You know what I mean? Just it's just ridiculous how we've been infiltrated by by journalism, by these journalists who don't games. They don't care about gaming and stuff like that. They just need an easy job to fill up your portfolio and the resume.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Right?
I saw that one where he did the credit. Where he said like he just posted as an experiment or something like that. Oh shit, where's that guy?
That's pretty sad.
Oh yeah, yeah, Eric Kane, the Forbes guy, right?
Yeah.
Forbes, right, which is supposed to be like a prestigious, journalistic website, right?
Yeah.
Forbes, right? And yeah, he basically admitted that he's doing that shit for experiment and clickbait, which it doesn't surprise me at all. All these people do it. IGN do it. GameStop doing it. Right? It's a job. So, and it's worse now more than ever because since back then, all we had was the words of journalists through magazines and even through like even early websites and whatever. But now, since social media, since YouTube, right? Since we have these different gaming personalities, different gamers, like we link up, we talk to each other, right? We trust each other more now, or we'll trust a YouTuber that we like, right? We'll trust them more now than gaming journalists. We go to them more than we do to IGN websites. So now they're trying to pivot. They're like, damn, we're losing traffic due to all these other influences and all these other gamers and stuff like that in these sub communities of gamers. What do we do to make sure we keep traffic up? Oh, I know, make big deal. Oh, PlayStation is the most popular console, so we're gonna make the biggest deals out whenever they doing anything like that. Oh, Xbox is the underdog, so we're gonna praise them and stuff like that. So it's like, and these people have literally infiltrated our gaming community, and they're non-gamers. They barely play any games. Right? And then they try to switch the rules around. That's the shit that was like. You try to change the rules, or you try to, make us seem like we're crazy, or make us seem like we're toxic and stuff like that. All because we tell you is to the one thing that we expect from you as a journalist is, one, to be unbiased, right, and two, to actually have integrity and actually know what you're talking about and actually play games that you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's just. But none of these people fool me. I don't click on IGN articles at all anymore. I don't watch the reviews.
Yeah,
and
that's the point, Chris. Like, the thing is, like, they don't realize that. Guess what? You just destroyed yourself social media wise. Like, you better go bark up another tree, because what you did here with this thing, your next article could go fuck itself, because nobody's gonna read it, because nobody trusts you. Like, for the little experiment that you did, for the statements you say that you're a gamer, like. You could talk about all you want and everybody could defend you, but guess what? Whatever you say next, you lost all your credibility for a stupid experiment or for a stupid thing that you said. Like, even the girl that said that stuff, like, now she's claiming this. Well, guess what? She's going to have to lay low, because she promotes something. She's going to be like, you don't even play games. Why are you promoting the show on June 12th? You don't even care about Xbox. You care about if there's a controller at the thing. Like, you realize what you're doing is like eternal damage to your social platform, because
to your
you
integrity,
sold out.
And nobody's to your integrity. And nobody's gonna take you seriously now. Like, it's like, I don't like, gaming is the one medium that is hard to fake. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Exactly.
It's like, because we're gonna find out eventually, right?
Yeah.
We're either gonna go through your profile, right? Or you're just gonna slip up and not know what the fuck you're talking about. We're gonna find out eventually that you're a fraud.
Yeah.
So why even fake it in the first place? If you want to be in a game community, fine. But be honest. Don't sit here and say it. Like, she said that she was playing on Game Pass. She was playing hours of Quake, and then when they checked her profile, she only played 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. Just like not Destin. Well, him too, but the Justin Davis guy from IGN.
Oh my god!
I've been playing Game Pass, every single day since I got my Series X.
Give me my $20.
And then fucking they checked his shit, and it's been 3 weeks since he even touched his Xbox, and a lot of the games that he barely even finished. So it's like, yo, why like people are getting tired of it, man, and people seem like these people for their bullshit. Like you're not you can fool a lot of people, but you can't fool everyone. It's impossible to fool everyone.
And
eventually,
you know what, too?
Shit's gonna catch up to you. Eventually, you're going to get exposed. Eventually, people are gonna see you for who you are. So why even do it?
I know. And the thing is like, they're even the thing is that it's exposing so much, because you wonder where these takes are coming from. Like, hey, there are no games. They've made all these promises over the last few years, longer than that, and buying all these studios, and they still have nothing to show for it. And when somebody questions it, it's like, don't worry about it. I got a backlog. And it's like, well, you don't play games. Like, then why are you telling me don't worry about it? Just stay. If you're not worried about it, then shut up and just keep it to yourself. But who are you to be the police to tell somebody how they should feel about something? If they feel a certain way, let them do it. Oh, but they're an Xbox. They can't get that. they can't say that because they're in the Xbox camp and that's not good and that brings negativity to Xbox. You can't. Who are you, the police? You cannot do that. You're like the Xbox police to keep people in line. That's some horse shit. And that's what I don't like where these people are coming in from, where they're trying to tell people how they should feel. And then when you find out they have no investment at all, no wonder they're this neutral or this kind of person to tell me because you don't play. What do you care? Like, what was, like, for this whole delay of Starfield and stuff, she did not play the games at all. She likes the controller. She don't like the games. She watches. Like, why were you even commenting in this? Why? Because you had to defend Phil Spencer? Does he sign your paycheck or something? You say no. You don't get paid. But, like, why would you say, can you do his job better? Then the community manager says that if you watch games or, like, fucking take a shit at Dave & Buster's, you're a gamer. I'm like, well, now you come up with, like, people could call themselves gamer for just doing anything related to games. But if I can comment on the CEO after what he said is not coming true, that's negativity. I can't do his job. This is a bullshit.
There's no, like, people
Double
have every
standard
right
right
to
there.
be upset and to give Xbox all the smoke. There's no, like, hey man, y'all should just, cool out and give all these fucking excuses. I'm tired of
It's
these
ridiculous,
fucking
dude.
excuses.
These freaking-
They've been in the game for over 20 years.
I know, right?
They've been in a fucking game. They have the most money and everything like that. It's like they've been investing way before the Xbox Series X launched. They were investing in new studios. They had studios prior to them investing in studios.
Exactly.
There is no. It's a management issue. It clearly is, and I know people want to be nice because Phil is a nice guy, and he responds to them, and he gives them job opportunities, or he shows up at their podcast and everything like that. But it's like, when is the damage control gonna stop? Y'all not gonna give the same leeway to PlayStation. And Nintendo.
No, trust me. They'll come with the pitchforks.
They did it last year. They did it last year
with
when
the games.
PlayStation didn't have a first-party game for the holidays. They made the biggest fucking deal about it.
Yep.
But when Xbox doesn't have nothing
for
an entire year, it's it takes
You
time.
try to do his
and
job.
wait to the showcase, and who knows? Maybe at the showcase they buy a studio to boost morale. Like,
Yeah,
what the
right.
fuck are we doing here, bro? Like,
Exactly.
This shit's ridiculous.
But and it's funny because I just said that, like, when Forza and Halo, all they talked about all the games, and it's like, where are your games? And it's like, no, now's not the time. You should shut up because you don't know what's coming after Halo. Oh, we got Stalker 2. We got games. We're back. Xbox is back. Halo. It's like, you guys, you are digging your graves. Dude, you're fast. No, I'm going to say, the last I want to leave because, like, man, holy shit. I didn't realize how late it is. But I wanted to say, like, it's funny when you said, like, shit's going to come to a float. Like, people are going to figure it out. It reminds me of the 40-year-old virgin. We're all sitting around talking about, hey, I got this girl came here. She was like, oh, me so horny. Me love you a long time. And you go, oh, man, you feel it? He goes, yeah, it felt like a bags of sand. They're like, sand? You a virgin? And it's just like, dude, it came out. Like, Xbox is the 40-year-old virgin. That's what they are. Like, all these people are the 40-year-old virgins. They're trying to be in the conversation, trying to say, like, hey, gaming is cool, gaming's cool. And then it's just like, yeah, that was fun. It felt like bags of sand. And it's like, you're a virgin, Xbox. You don't know what games are, right? It's like, oh, yeah.
Bro, Nintendo, right? Nintendo has the least amount of studios than both Sony and Microsoft. They have the least amount of studios, and guess what? They literally, and this is not an exaggeration, they have like 8 first-party games dropping this year. They already dropped 4 first-party games already.
COVID.
Like, everybody was affected by COVID, but everybody still had a backup plan and still had deals and second-party, indie, third-party deals to fill in the void, except fucking Microsoft.
Exactly.
The only thing they have for that this year that would have been back, that to me it's like, you can't blame it on like anything with Microsoft. Is not. It's just unfortunate circumstances. The situation is Stalker. Obviously, there's the war going on.
Yeah.
So that's clearly that's definitely like understandable and excusable. And they definitely get a pass, right? Because they have no choice.
Oh yeah, they have no choice. Right? That one and the other
but
one.
Everything
there's
else,
a Russian
like
game too.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was some other Russian game too that got delayed. That was supposed to be in Game Pass or something like that. I forgot what it is.
The only fucking thing they got looking forward to is Scorn, the alien penis game.
Jesus.
Like, get out of here with that shit. That shit gonna be a 68.
Dude, and that's how you know it's fake shit, because all they do is go right down the list. Like Perfect Dark was on their list, and then when they heard there was some bullshit Perfect Help going on, they're like, all of a sudden that's like, oh, we're not gonna, that's not on my list anymore. Then they just go right down the list now. It's like, oh well, Starfield's gone. Well, Scorn's next. We got Scorn. We got, I'm like, Scorn. Some guy said like third party deals, and it's like, you just go right down the list, because guess what? You don't care. And this is what I said about Perfect Dark. I was like, people dismissed Perfect Dark as soon as they heard that negative shit going on with the initiative. Perfect Dark came off everybody's list. And I'm like, you would never have Perfect Dark fans to begin with if that's how you just take it off your list. Like, you don't care at all? You don't care? Atomic Heart. That's right, just wait. It's from Ukraine Studio. Sorry. Yeah, those two got affected by it, Atomic Heart. But like the thing is like how quickly these games drop off of their lists. When they hear something's wrong, it's like, oh, I can't cap for that now because there might be some issues with it. It comes off. It shows that they were never really invested in it in the first place. It's really just for this internet clout and hype. And you know,
I'm tired of them fucking giving these.
Maybe Hellblade 2 comes out.
They give Phil and Xbox the pass, and they completely try to change. They completely try to change like the perspective of things, right? Like. When you have Phil, like they don't give a fuck about like games like that. Like when you have Phil saying that we don't need a major game, a major first party game at launch, right? And then you have all these dickheads agreeing with him saying, well, yeah, because you're gonna have 400 games on Game Pass. You're gonna have all these games coming on Game Pass and stuff like that. Then now people are complaining about fucking no first party games, right?
Yep.
For 2022. And then you have Jazz, right? Gordon or Gordon, whatever his name. Windows, the fraud Jazz.
Yeah.
Right. The evil Jazz, right? The evil Jazz.
The doppelganger.
Right. The doppelganger one, right? Dark Jazz is what I like to call him. Over here telling people, well, have you beaten every game on Game Pass?
I saw that.
Motherfucker, what the fuck are you talking? Like, no, motherfucker. Like, no. Like, not every game on Game Pass appeals to everybody. Matter of fact, I only think like people only appeal. There's only probably like 10 games that appeal to people at one time on Game Pass.
Yeah, and if you're a big Xbox fan, you would have played them all already, so you'll be done with it. It's the new games that are coming out. Like I'd say the cartwheels and shit that they had to run. It's really showing. Like it's incredible what Xbox. What no games does to people, like Bizarro Jez. Yeah, like it doesn't. It's the thing is that it really shows people's true colors and where they're coming from. And I just don't like the police, people telling how to feel about things. Because if you feel a certain way, then you should feel a certain way. But like nobody should say like, oh, you shouldn't feel that way. It's fine. And then you find out that they're just like they don't give a shit. They're like back to like if you do that in any kind of thing, like it's like go into the forums of like Canon and Nikon or some shit, like forums like Nikon's better and Canon's better. This shit goes on everywhere, and it's just like somebody comes in there and go fucking Kodak, and they're like, shut the no, you don't poke your head in shit that you don't know and just try to be part of the conversation for social media clout. But for some reason, Xbox has some real deep kind of back end political shit going on, like this kind of ties and like this whole holistic community. Everybody's this, but trust me, as soon as Sony does something or something like that, they're gonna all hell, if God of War gets delayed, watch all of these people saying harassment, toxicity. Watch what they do with God. And meanwhile, it doesn't even make any sense because it's like, we already had a bunch of games come out. So
right, yeah, exactly.
Delayed. Like, it's not the same situation that you got in. Your shit's been like that. Like, this has been bad. And look at Halo. It was fine, just polished and shit. And look at it. It's a fucking disaster still.
But we still, even if God of War, we still got a big third-party exclusive game coming.
It's still Forspoken. You're right. It's still Forspoken.
And FF16 might come out this year as well, too. I don't think so, but it may come out. There's definitely a possibility of it coming out as well, too. I think it comes
out for September. I think they hit September. But again, now this is where you say, like, Microsoft really, like, I know Sony's not going to respond to Microsoft stuff, but, like, the thing is like, Microsoft's really not putting any pressure for any kind of releases or something like that that's going to move any consoles. And, it could make them just say, hey, let's take an extra time. I don't know. Maybe they don't feel like they need to rush all their lineup. I don't know. Like it could be that way, but we'll see. But we're hitting the midnight hour. I want to thank Chris. Thanks for jumping on, man. Yeah, I showed your tweet, and thank you for coming on, giving some grinding gears, man. Gotta get you on here for the full show.
Yeah, no, I heard you. So I was like, I'll jump on and shit. Even though I know I came in late.
Man. So thanks. So Chris, tell them where they find you on the Twitters. I know you do your spaces and stuff.
Yeah, just my same username at Chris Righteous, and
that's right.
Yeah, I just talk about, I just give my opinions and stuff like that. Of course, Saltiest Gaming Podcast.
Yes, Thursday.
Every Thursday, and Planet PlayStation every Wednesday.
Oh yeah, what happened? I heard that you were being traded. Smooth wanted to trade you.
Man, Smooth can't trade. I'm a fucking free agent. I go and leave what I want, so I'm not under no goddamn contract. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. I saw like Smooth wanted to put you on. No, you like I don't know. He had like a whole like.
No, I know he's fucking around. He's fucking around. Because there's this whole Xbox Civil War.
Oh yeah, Xbox happening. Civil War, man. It's
which I'm glad is going on. Only because I like to see the chaos, but two, this is gonna show other Xbox games who are legitimately legitimately upset of the lack of games, as they should be, right? As a true fan should be. But this is gonna show those folks how much enablers there is on the Xbox side. How much people just allow Microsoft and Xbox and just give them all the excuses in the world and passes and stuff like that. Yep. It's always sympathy shit. It's always fucking Why is the biggest company in the world have to be the one people have the most sympathy towards to? I don't get it. I don't. It blows my mind.
I don't know. I know the big corporation. It's like it's ridiculous. Of all companies, Microsoft's the one that gets the sympathy votes. Get the hell out of here. The sympathy votes, please. They're the biggest corporation ever. Like nobody gives sympathy to any other big. It's like giving sympathy to. You know what's funny is go ask all those guys at Windows Central to give sympathy to Google or these kind of companies. You don't give sympathy to Amazon, to Google, to Microsoft, to Apple. Nobody does that.
PlayStation, to
PlayStation, so nobody gives. You don't give sympathy to big corporations anyway. Like this is retarded. This is ridiculous. Nobody does this. I don't get it. Like I don't understand and I know they're trying to, and what's hilarious is that this whole culture that they're trying to build, good luck with buying Activision and trying to imply that culture there. I can't wait to see how this is going to be like probably kicked into overdrive to see how this is going to manage this Activision image that they have right now with this whole, everybody's a gamer. I want to see you got the worst company that everybody hates coming under your umbrella. Get ready. You want to hear positivity and negativity? Get ready. Activision of all companies. Oh God. But anyway, Frogs, tell them what. Oh, Frogs left. Thank you, Frogs, coming on. JVB, thank you again for coming on. Follow JVB over on Twitter and follow him over on the Post Game Report. I think he posted on a different channel, not on YouTube. He does on channel, but follow him over there. JVB he's the original like Xbox gamer dude, and he was like the MVP when it really was an MVP and it meant something. Not this kind of like anybody could sign up and all you gotta do is just talk nice about Phil. But thank you again, Chris, for jumping on. Thank you again, JVB, and thank you again.
Yeah,
Frog.
It's crazy. Like, it's crazy because didn't last week when the Halo Season 2 information came out, wasn't there like an ambassador or like a Halo player that was like real vocal and he got fined?
Oh yeah. He got fined for the content. Exactly, he got fined. I just played a video and I put it in the chat about people that played Halo through the Forerunner program 2 years before. But then when it came out, they were acting all like it was brand new to them for their like followers and stuff to get hype reel. It was some bullshit. But there's a lot of fake shit out there. Like it's crazy, man. This social media has really turned people like to the dark side. And Microsoft is, and who knows if Sony's doing it too, and we just don't know about it. But it's really evident on the Xbox side because there's no games right now that people are genuinely excited about, and there's nothing to see to be genuinely excited about. So a lot of it's fake Philness. Like that's what it is.
Well,
right
we
now.
We know, first of all, we know Sony doesn't have an ambassadorship where they just allow anyone on there. No. And second of all, don't we always see journalists complain about Sony's lack of support and sending them free shit all the time?
Yep.
Like, so we know Sony's not really doing it. So
let them all friggin' like.
You know why? Because Sony, they don't have to do it because their quality speaks for itself.
They don't have
right?
to, man.
The product speaks for itself.
Does
So they
Apple
don't have
need to
buy it.
sell? Does Apple need to be on the corner of a goddamn street trying to sell somebody an iPhone? No. You walk into Apple to buy an iPhone and say, please, I'll wait an hour to buy it. That's the difference. Like, you don't need to be on corner streets begging for Game Pass subscriptions. For Apple, you go walk in and right in the store, I'll wait 2 hours to buy your product. Like, that's the difference. They come to you because you are known for delivering stuff that people want. When you don't, you got to be like Phil Spencer and give out a dollar bill Phil with a bunch of Pop-Tarts for
give out all these handouts.
And handouts and buy people to, oh, well, we will accept you here as an Xbox gamer, even though, don't worry about it. You don't have to play games. You just have to be a brand advocate about Xbox brand. Nobody questions, hey, how the fuck did Xbox win the Skittles contests on Twitter and got a refrigerator out on time, but hell if they can make a game. They got a refrigerator out to market in 6 months. A friggin' refrigerator. They don't make refrigerators, but they made sure they prioritized that shit. Why did that get priority? And meanwhile, Halo and all these other games, they don't. Oh, but you don't make games. But they don't make refrigerators either. But they got that out. Tell me where the priorities are. Not good optics. But with that, I want to thank all the grinders for coming in today. We hit over 190 people. It was crazy. Hit that like button. New VIPs, new subscribers. Thank you so much. We hit 1,300 grinders. Incredible. I want to thank everybody for coming here. Again, real gamers, real talk. This is the way it is. You may like it. You may not like it. Hit that like button. Hit the dislike button. But believe me, we're not no ambassadors. Even though some people are ambassadors out there. Just be careful about those ambassadors. Take a double look at their icons. But anyway, joking around, guys. Thank you again. See you guys soon. Keep it locked here to the Grindhouse. More content coming your way. I'm out.